of Australia. It is Heathmont up against Boronia. Welcome aboard. My name is Brett Beston. We'll be taking you through the next hour or so as we count down to not only the main game, but looking at some of the other matches around the traps, and the two gentlemen who will be sitting with me and dissecting it all. To my left, Wayne Brasher. Welcome to you, Brash.
Good afternoon, Brett, and good afternoon, listeners. Another good contest up for grabs here. I reckon it's a must-win for both sides, really, when you look at the way the state of the ladder is at this particular stage of the season.
Definitely. Alongside Brash, and a man who's becoming a very familiar voice and doing a great job too in the special comments chair is, of course, Ryan. Ryan, welcome. Ryan Long.
Yeah, thanks, Besto. No, it's good to be back out here. I think we were out here last year for the Heathmont South Belgrave game out in the new grandstand, so really good ground out here. And I had the choice today. I could have been at the G watching the Tigers get up over the Pies, but I've chosen to watch Boronia here.
Mate, where else would you rather be? I mean, the Tigers or H.E Parker Reserve?
H.E Parker Reserve every day of the week.
If my memory serves me correct, this was the corresponding last game we did last year.
Yeah, I think it was. We had the break after that and we didn't come back. So
yeah.
Let's hope this...
Because I copied my team sheet from last year's game when they played the Basin here, and it was the 8th of the 5th. I thought, oh, okay, 7th of the 5th, 22.
All right, gentlemen. Well, before we get into some of today's games, it's worth noting, of course, that there was a match played last night, and a pretty interesting one too. Park Orchards took on Blackburn, and the Red Jackets would have been flying out at Blackburn last night, but it looks like Blackburn got the chocolates, so 9-9-63 against Park Orchards, 7-11-53. And boys, Park Orchards, they continue to impress, and they didn't win the game last night, but obviously went pretty close.
Yeah, but two losses in a row for them now, Brett. They lost to South Croydon on the Saturday, and obviously had to front up last night against Blackburn, who got their season off to a start last Saturday against Doncaster. 2 in a row for Blackburn, puts them right back in the mix, and it was a really important win for them last night, just for their confidence, I reckon, Ryan.
Yeah, they had to, and I mean that's their first win of the new facilities there. So I mean, obviously a real important win. You know, that puts them back to 2-2, tied with Park Orchards, and I don't have them in my top 6, and I think they're quite a bit away from that, but. You know, a win here just keeps them in the running. If you're 1-3, I think you just about rule them out with how Park Orchards are going, how Doncaster East are going, and it is tightening up for that top 6. And it's a hard one to crack into. So it's an important win. You know, they get the season back on track, and I think Park Orchards, you know, they won't be too disappointed.
Yeah,
well, they look like they were in it all day.
They've had a couple of close ones, haven't they? I mean, they've started off pretty well. I think they've had, just looking at the ladder now, they had 4-2, sorry, and the 2 losses they've had, I think, have been pretty close. So they're right in amongst it, and when you consider where they've come from in the last, 3 or 4 years ago, they were in Div 3 as it was back then, and suddenly they're playing in the top tier and being really competitive. So
let's not forget they were grand finalists in 2009.
That's right. Yes, they were, and they won that game. So I was there that day. Fantastic stuff.
No, they didn't. Vermont won that game.
Oh, Park Orchards, I'm talking about.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about Blackburn.
Keep up, Brash.
Sorry.
Park Orchards. No, I was talking about the 3rd division final game of 2017. It must have been.
Something like that.
And they won that day.
No, but but to be honest, gentlemen, I think out of all the clubs that have come into the EFNL in the last 5 years, Park Orchards was the natural fit based on their progression through the grades to come up and play Premier, wasn't it?
Definitely. And of course, it all started too. I don't want to sit here and talk about Park Orchards all day, but they have had a very strong juniors too, which is just sort of transferred through to the clubs, and it just shows the importance of a good junior program, Ryan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And look, they've slotted into Premier Division quite well. I mean, to win their first 2, North Ring was probably maybe the expected one, but then to beat Baldwin, who as we know, are going to be right there at the end of the year in September, you know, really good win. And they the South Croydon game, look, that first half, you know, it was over at half time, but they managed to fight themselves back in the game. I don't think they were ever in a contention to win that after giving up that sort of lead, but at least you put a bit of respectability on the scoreboard, and you know, you walk away with some positives. And you know, obviously last night couldn't get the job done, but they're going to stay there for a while. I think you don't see him dropping out anytime soon.
Absolutely not. All right, boys. Well, let's have a look at some of the other matches being played today, as I just find the right round. And what's your standout match that could have catches your eye in Premier Division, Brash?
I think the game... I'm actually interested in Noble Park and Norwood.
Yeah, that's mine too as well.
I had a look at Norwood last week, and as I said on the podcast, for me, the jury's still out. I wanted to have a look at them. Noble Park have been impressive. they towed Vermont up last weekend, and that hurts me to say that, but Vermont got taught a lesson last weekend, and I'm sure they'll rebound from that. But Norwood have got a bit to prove.
Yeah.
They've, unfortunately, if they don't get the game on their terms, they really struggle. And I reckon they only played about 25 minutes out of the 100 last week because such was the dominance of Roval. And in fact, Roval, that could be the other game that would vie for match of the round, them and Baldwin.
Yeah, the other thing, Ryan, too, is that Norwood, where there was quite big tickets on Norwood coming into this season, and they have been a bit, they have flown a bit under the radar, but they have been disappointing to start the season off, haven't they?
Well, they haven't. It's probably been reflective of how they've been over the last few years. They just, sometimes they don't win the games that you expect them to. That Vermont game, to be 40 points up at quarter time is just, that's a real blow to go and end up losing that. And it's really important when you got Baldwin next week. If they lose both of these, they're two really hard sides to match up against. Right. They'll be 1-4. And, that puts you right behind the 8 ball. But they get Tristan Tweedy back, which should be a big help to their defence. And, I think I still have Noel Parker's not side to beat, but right up there in the top 4. And I've got them as a bit more of a more reliable than,
Well, put it this way, Basto. I said at this stage, I reckon my predictions looking pretty good at this stage with Baldwin and Noble Park playing off in a grand final. Yeah. I think those two are, to me, they are the standout sides.
I don't mind South Croydon. I think they look pretty good. And I was just actually going to say about the other game, maybe we might mention in the Premier Division today, is Donny East hosting South Croydon. I think that could be quite interesting.
Could be interesting. I think South Croydon are just starting to hit their straps a little bit. I mean, look, they travelled down on appearances. They only beat Berwick by 3 goals in round 1.
Yeah.
But look, that's a big ground. First up, 3 goals. You're happy to walk away with the 4 points. But they were impressive against Blackburn. They started like a house on fire last week and still managed to hang on to hold off a fast finish in Park Orchards. And the fact that they're doing all this while they're away from their ground, and having a talk to a couple of South Croydon people in recent times, they're due to go back on the ground onto their ground in round 6.
It's been a long wait, hasn't it?
However, that could get pushed back another 2 or 3 weeks. So in essence, if South Croydon have to play their first half of the season and maybe split 6-3, they're definitely finals bound because you couldn't see them dropping too many games at home on the inward drop.
No, I don't either. And, it's a big test for, I think, Doncaster East, who they're probably yet to prove themselves yet, but I think they're still in a running for a final spot. We obviously watched them the other day against Doncaster, and, they were quite impressive, but just couldn't get the score on the board.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of flat spots.
All right, boys, well, time to welcome our first guest to the program, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Nick Rutley, the coach of the Heathmont Jets. Nick, welcome to you.
Hello, gents. How are we?
Nice to see you. Looking forward to a big clash this afternoon against Bronte out here at your home deck, but not such a good week last week. What happened?
No, not a good week at all. I hate excuses. I really do. I think we worked out that there were 13 players that would legitimately start on the ground that weren't playing that day. And that knocks you about a little bit. It's actually unheard of.
Injuries or a bit of COVID?
A bit of everything. Yeah, all of the above. Actually, we hit new territory. We actually had a player run off the ground 5 minutes before 3/4 time, go and get a rat test because he needed to get that done before he went to Vietnam the next day. So he's playing in front of you at the moment. So we're finding new things are happening with us at local footy. But look, the reality is there were, whether it looked like that for whom that were there, but at half time we changed a couple of things around. There was a pretty heavy breeze out there at Wellington Reserve, Mackie Road, so, which is a really nice deck, and we had some opportunities early in that third quarter, but if we had gone in and got some scoreboard pressure, it might have looked a little bit different, but the reality was Webby's really tightened up their structure. They're very good defensively in Mulgrave, and we just couldn't go with them, to be honest, and that was the reality. So today I think we've made 6 changes, which will really help, especially through the middle of the ground, and that's what's been happening. And this all sort of eventuated at about half time of the Ringwood match, where our personnel went downhill in regards to injury. But as I said, I hate excuses, but they are realities, and we've just got to deal with them as best we can.
Yep.
Nick, I was saying off air to my comrades here, when was the last time that you saw one and then a difference of number 9 coming in as your second listed player? It doesn't happen too often, does it?
Nah, not at all.
It's quite surreal, really.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But we just got to deal with it. I mean, the guys have been really positive. We were a little bit critical, to be honest, before injuries hit us against Ringwood in that night match. I was really proud of the boys' efforts, but then going back to the tape on the Monday and the Tuesday, I saw some things that were glaringly bad in regards to the way we were playing before those injuries hit. And we were actually 5 goals in front, which is a positive, but also we need to tidy a few things up, especially defensively. We don't seem as connected as what we were last year. It's something that we want to focus on today.
Yeah, you're right there, because like defensively at the moment, you're ranked 6th last year or 2. So, I mean, they're the point in case. I mean, conceding, 67 points, but you're only scoring 49. So it's hard when you've got a -4 goal differential. And like you said, in games you've been up by 2 or 3 early on, but not being able to make it hold the pressure. So I mean, look, it's probably a real litmus test for you today as well, because I mean, look, Veronia, you and them in the past have had some really close games, and sometimes the results flip because you'll beat them on their deck and they'll come here and beat you. So there's really no form line to these games, is there? No,
there's not. And it is. It's one of those fixtures that it's always going to be close. And they always profile as a strong-bodied team. They'll bring Mellis back in today, and Collins, who we really rate. I think Leggett goes out, but I mean, we're missing a few as well. But historically, they're really good around the contest. And when they had won their match this year against Mulgrave, and they obviously drew against the Basin, so they're obviously within the ball game, that's what was getting them into the contest. Last week, Eastfield sort of beat them at their own game. So they'll be looking to rectify that today. So there's no question. We know we're going to be up for a contest, and we also know that we need to improve that side of our game in regards to hitting the scoreboard more, but it comes off the back of our defence, and that's what it was last year. And it's structural. It's not really personnel-like, because last year we had games where we missed a lot of personnel and we're still able to get it done. We just got to get back to that today.
Yeah, Nick, I was there for the Ringwood game on the Friday night, and you're right. In the first half, your pressure was really good, and you were able to stop Ringwood from going forward too much. And probably in the second half, they did get a bit of a hold holding you down there. Was that structural, or was that a personnel thing, or is that carry on into the Mulgrave game as well?
There's a little bit of all of that, to be honest. I think you're on the money. The thing with Rowie and Ringwood is he's been there a while. They've got 6 or 7 years together. They've been to war together, without disrespecting the war, but they've been in the trenches and prelim finals, grand finals, and he's got some bodies and heads in that team that are very experienced. So when it got willing on that Friday night, and they were willing to play on the edge, and we weren't. And that was for all to see, whether you were here or you watch it on the vision. And the reality was Ringwood decided that they would play on the edge, and we had a few boys that decided that they wouldn't. And when you lose personnel and you're down to no rotations with about a quarter and a half to go, that really shows. But I'm not going to make that an excuse, because I said that to Rowie after the game. I said, you boys really turned up after half-time, and we had some young kids that'll learn so much from it. I mean, there's 4 or 5 games experience in those moments, and they'll learn that. And then in 3 or 4 years' time, hopefully we can return that to opposition. But, yeah, you're right, mate. We just need to structure up our defence. That's where we start everything from.
You talked about the 6 new players that you've got in, and just looking down your list, there's some fairly familiar names. Like, your Finn Browns and Wade Van Leeuwen, the Burleys, etc. But of the sort of the players that we're less familiar with, I suppose, tell us a little bit about 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, so I'll give you 2. I'll give you Matt Herron, who's a young Heathmont kid. He was a captain in the 19s. He actually, I wasn't at the club when he had a really, really bad car crash that set him back a long time. Probably lucky to have him in a sense here. So he took a long time to get back to play footy. His body, everything last year was out of whack, but he managed to get through the year, and he managed to get through the back end of the year really well. And then he turned up this pre-season just looking slim, fit and ready to go, and he has not missed a beat. So number 12, Matty Herron, he's a really good watch. And then there's a young kid whose brother's playing out there at the moment, Nguyen, who we got over from East Ringwood pretty much with about 3 or 4 weeks to go. I just love the way he goes about it. He's a real bull. He loves the contest. He's hard at it. He's got a nice penetrating kick. So we found a couple. We're really excited about those two guys. And obviously the guys that you've spoken about, we're getting them back into the team, and hopefully they can start complementing each other. Yeah, experienced guys and these new young kids coming through.
Yeah, I saw watched a bit of your footage on the video during the week, and I saw a bit of James Rippingale. He looks a decent player as well.
Yeah, James needs to get some bodies around him to make him better, I think.
Yeah.
As a one-out key forward, I don't think that's his go, but he could be a really dangerous second, third tall when we get our full complement back.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how that plays out today, because he'll get that. So there's no real excuse. He's played some really good footy. He's an older head. He's about 30 years old. He's played Bendigo footy. And been around the mark, and he's actually played some really good footy as a centre half back up in that comp, but also kicked goals as a forward in that competition. So we're really happy to get him. Culturally wise and person wise, he just ticks every box. I'd love to see him get on the end of a few today and complement what he's been doing off field.
Win today, Nick, and obviously when in your eyes, when do you think that Heathmont might be starting to work back to full strength? By what round you're hoping, like 8, 9, or we're looking, or do you have long terms that may not play till later in the year?
I was going to be a smart ass and say in an hour. We'll be expecting them to turn up in an hour. Now, look, in honesty, in respect to your question, we've had some plans in place where guys like Bailey Stevens, Ahan Bajramov, Ryan Young, Caleb Quirk's playing his first game out here today. So we've had long-term plans in and around the Oakley District game.
Yes.
So we've had to pull a few back. They were really keen to try and play today, and they're really keen to try and play next week. But it's an 18-game season, not an 18-minute season. So hopefully we can roll these boys out in a fortnight's time and just try and stick together. That'd be the plan.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, and just without Badgerov up forward, and we watch him against South Belgrave here, and he's just such a key figure.
Yeah.
How does that change your forward line structure, and who do you look to target more to get more involved?
Yeah, I think Finn gets a bit more room to play down there, and also we just mentioned Rippingale. Cam Evans, who's not playing today due to illness, has been floating down there too. But I think it gives us an opportunity to have a different look at what doesn't work without Ahan, and then when he does come back, try and use it as a bit of an ace up the sleeve. So we've got some really good smalls. We probably haven't seen enough out of Jed Hansen, who I'm hoping that will step up a bit more today. And just our mid-forwards that have been known to hit the scoreboard that haven't yet, I think there's a real opportunity for them to maybe spend a bit more time forward and also midfield to hit the scoreboard as well.
Definitely. So, in terms of where you're at on the ladder at the moment, did you set any goals for yourself at the start of the season in terms of where you hope to be, say, after 5 or 6 rounds? I mean, obviously the injuries have played a big impact on that.
Yeah, not after 5 or 6 rounds, but I'm pretty bullish about this group, mate. I'm really determined to get the club success this year, and that's the reality. So we're not rocking up here to finish second. We think we can win it, and we just need to get our boys back, get some momentum going at the right part of the year. It's just so similar to what I've experienced at Wandon in 2018. We were belted by Upway. We had no personnel. Everyone was licking their wounds, and we got our boys back. And I think from about round 13, 14 onwards, we went out and won the whole thing. And the profile with this group is just so similar, it's unbelievable. So I really feel if we get our boys back and get a run at it in a few months' time, we'll be really hard to stop.
And always important with a game like today, because it's important to try and bank the wins in your home games, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah, 100%. Yeah. We really hate losing here. We did that a couple of weeks ago. We're looking to bounce back from that today.
All right, well, I think we might just about go to a break. We're coming up to 1:20, so we're about an hour away from the start. But, Nick, thanks for your time today.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Best of luck with the game today, and hope it goes well for you.
Thanks very much, guys. Love your work here, and enjoy listening to the call back when we watch the tape. Hopefully it's winning, and hopefully you're kind to us as well.
We're always kind.
Always kind, mate.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Nick Radley, the coach of the Heathmont Jets, looking forward to a good game from them this afternoon, and indeed the Baronia side. So coming up is the sausage rolls have arrived, and Ryan looks like he's commandeered the whole plate.
Yeah, I know.
The sausage roll segment.
I'm going to fix that pretty quickly. But just about time to go to a break, and then we've got, I think we're going to get Matt Clark in about 10 minutes, the coach of the Baronia side. But in the meantime, let's go to a break, and then we'll come back and have a look at some of the other matches today that catch our eye. And as I say, Matt Clark to come to before the hour is out. This is the Breast Cancer Network of Australia round, and we're out here at the H.E Parker Reserve getting ready for a cracker this afternoon between Baronia and Heathmont. Back soon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, Why, yes. I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve as we continue our countdown to the big game this afternoon. Very special day out here, of course. It is the Breast Cancer Network of Australia round. And just been speaking to, of course, Nick Rutley, the coach of the Heathmont Jets. We'll have Matty Clark in a few minutes' time, but just gives us an opportunity to start going through some of the other matches. And we'll have a look at Division 1, Brash. What's the game that sort of catches your eye there?
Division 1. The clash between Murrell Bark and East Ringwood. It's up at Heights Reserve. I've been really impressed with East Ringwood this year. No nonsense. Team built on defence. Murrell Bark are a little bit more flash, but they're going to come up against a very mean-spirited East Ringwood back unit today, Brian.
Yeah, they will, and they don't allow much points. I think their highest one was the 67 against Mitcham, and even then they were by far a better side. And they just seem to, they don't seem to thrash sides like it. Moorbark will, if they get their foot on your throat, they'll demolish you on the scoreboard. But I think East Ringwood are happy with a 4-5 goal, just holding the lead, and it reminds me a bit of what Ringwood did last year. They weren't belting sides, but they were by far the best side in Division 2, and they were just being able to control those games in short margins.
I think too, Brett, one of the questions I posted on the Monday wrap last week was, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to be winning by 40, 50 points every week, or, eking out really hard competitive wins by 15 to 30 points? And I'd be taking the 15 to 30.
Yeah. So every day of the week.
Every day of the week.
Like you might like the odd soft win in there, but it's better to be getting these tough wins. I mean, if you're getting a bunch of soft wins, it lulls you into a bit of a false sense of security.
Like even if East Ringwood only won by 18 points today,
yep.
I'd still think that's going to be a good win.
Yeah. What about Mitcham and Wantana South? That's probably the other game maybe that might be a little bit interesting at Walker Park today.
Yeah, well, Mitcham won this game at the start of the season last year after Wantana South jumped them early. The thing that worries me still about Wantana South is their inability to throw games away, Ryan, where they've been in control. And I put that down to the fact that their group is still relatively inexperienced. Having bought in quite a few players in the last 2 to 3 seasons, I still don't think it's gelling right just yet.
Yeah, you're right. And I thought last year was, obviously COVID in 2020 really stuffed them up because they had those few recruits. They didn't really get a chance to see them play until 2021. And it took them a bit to get going. They lost the first 3 until they could start getting a bit of form on the board, and then this year they've started off really well. I think they've won 2 out of 4, and their 2 losses have been by less than a goal. 1 point with Montrose, and I think 5 points against a Croydon last week. So they're in those games, and from what I've heard, that the Croydon one they could have won. So the problem is if they lose today to Mitcham, you're 2 and 3, and you slip away. And is it a Final 4 in Division 1? Because if it's a Final 4, it's a hard one to break into. And they're probably, I think they're about at the moment about the 5th seed, I would say. If you want to look at, if you want to put them in a bit of a power ranking sort of thing.
Well, looks like it's 5.
It is a Final 5.
Yeah.
Because I think I think their best is easily good enough for finals. If you want to, I think.
I reckon. The other thing is, there's more uptake in Wantana South, but I reckon with Mitcham, I reckon they might have plateaued a little bit. Besto.
This early in the season.
Yeah, well, the fact is that, Parenti is a class player and a class goal kicker, but for them to take the next step, they need to get some more. They need some more players in that mix.
Well, I think they lack that talent obviously they came up in Division 2. They weren't the best side that year. I mean, no. Ringwood were by far had. If you look at their side, the firepower they had. Mitcham obviously deserved to win, and they got through. But they're probably that middle. They're a much better side than Upper Gully. They can beat a Bayswater or Lilydale, but they're in that range. They're not
6 to 9 side.
Yeah, they're not a final side.
Sorry, the other game that sort of might be a little bit interesting. I mean, okay, they're not travelling well at the moment, but they're playing at home today, and of course they have come down from the Southeastern League. I think Beaconsfield against Montrose.
Well, this is quite an interesting contest. Beaconsfield form on paper doesn't read all that badly, really.
Yeah. Better side than that, though. I think
they're better than 1 and 3.
They are definitely better than 1 and 3, and the fact is that I think what Gary Ayres has done has actually added 5 goals extra to Montrose's scores from the previous coaching regimes, because they're kicking 90 and 100 points here now, Montrose, whereas in days gone by, Brett, they were only kicking 60, 70 points.
Have you seen them play this year, Montrose?
No, I have not, but I believe that they're playing a lot better. The Billy Schilling didn't play last week, but they've got some of their eldest, Batten Leach is back. Some of their players that have come back, and Garthwaite has come back from Powelltown, so they've brought some of those players back, and it's obviously with Gary Ayres' name being the drawing power, and they've definitely improved.
And their 2 losses are to East Ringwood and Moorook, who we think are the 2 powerhouses of Division 1.
So it's almost like the division of death, isn't it? Div 1. In fact, a lot of the divisions, because there's so much now. Every game that we cover on a Saturday afternoon, whether it's the main radio game, there's always there's something on it now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, every game. So do you think Montrose will be there come the pointy end of the season to give them a shot?
Yeah, I think they're definitely they're in the top, at least in the top 5 for consideration. Yep.
Yeah, if they miss finals, I think something's got to go really wrong.
Yeah.
Their final side.
Mind you, it can very quickly with injuries, as we've seen. Even Heaton on it, suddenly 6 guys out, and you get into that sort of middle part of the winter when it's pouring down with rain, the conditions aren't great. Actually, one thing I was just very quickly before we go to our break, I meant to ask Nick, there's been a sprinkling of night games so far this year. Do you think that's made a bit of a difference to some of the the results?
To the performances? Or, it's hard to say. I mean, I was here the night game for the Heathmont-Ringwood one, and I don't think that was out of the ordinary. They played a night game there last year, didn't they? The Parker Cup, Heathmont-Ringwood, and they're always close, and it was a pretty close game. It was just sort of a tale of two halves, so I wouldn't bet too much on the night games changing too much of a result.
I think in terms of scoring, I reckon you could just about peg 3 to 4 goals off a normal day.
A lower scoring game. Yeah.
Because I think, last night was
there's an example.
9-9 to 7-14. You look at the Parker Cup, that was 8 goals to 6, and the Fair Park game was 6 goals to 5 or something. So, the drew on the ground, and in fact, some sides can actually cost you a percentage if you're one of those sides looking for it.
The only one would be the difference is South Belgrave when they played the Basin, but that's how good South Belgrave are going right now, and how many targets they've got. Smith Odom, they're going to score a big game. Doesn't matter.
Or
play them at 3 a.m. They'll be fine.
I reckon it'd be the same at Upper Gully too.
Yeah.
So having said that, do you like the idea of the night games?
I love it. I would love to. I don't know if we can cover one, but just it's the only thing would be it is quite cold down here.
In the past, we have done a night game, we normally have covered them at Bayswater. It depends on when we did it. The lighting was the best at the time, right in the competition, but with lighting being improved and being replaced now, even this would be a great game to do, it'd be a good game to do on a Friday night.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of the night games on the stream and stuff, and they do look. There's something special about the night games, and I don't know about you guys, but I find it easy to see at night.
Oh, I find it. I don't mind driving at night.
All right, well, we'll go into...
Where are we going to go next, Brett?
I have no idea. It's very
Where would you like to take us?
I'll tell you what, just stick with me. I'll take you to the moon. Let's have a look at second division while we're waiting for Matty Clark to pop his head in and have a chat to us.
Yep.
A few interesting games up there. What catches your eye on that one? Probably, today's game, obviously, that we'll talk about in a moment. But what other games? Maybe the Basin and Knox. Is that going to be one to watch, maybe? No?
I would think the Basin just need to win that. I think they should win comfortably. Obviously, they've had a tough start. So,
just from a point of view that Knox aren't travelling that well. Not that it'll be necessarily 2 contenders, but as you say, the Basin really have to win that, don't they?
Yeah.
I think we shouldn't be underselling Knox, though.
No, they've improved.
They've improved. They kicked 16 goals, 20 last week, so they've been able to generate scoring shots. The Basin, my main worry with them is they don't have a key forward.
No.
Oh well,
and I know
they don't. Yeah, you're right.
But the thing is, a lot of the time, normally their half forwards and midfield are the ones that have always kicked the bulk of the games.
Yeah, and it's a defensive first side. Jackson Drake, he's not very tall, I don't think, and he's not he's not your stock standard key forward, but he played quite well against Baroni. He kicked 4 on Jared Lake, who's out today, and Jared Lake, I think one of the best defenders in the division. So. Look, they can find it. I just don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you can rely on him to kick a bag each week. But
if I was Stance, I might even throw your captain, Shane Davidson, who normally plays running off the half back. You'd be half tempted just to throw the opposition there and start him at centre half forward, just to see if he could generate some run through the midfield and then through the half forward, because he's a booming kick on the run. So I suppose they tried, because they lost Finlay, right? At Fingers Finlay, he was their main target, and that. They haven't had a target for a couple of years now. So, look, the job's up again. They should win at home.
I think the only concerning loss would have been last week, and I know South Belgrave are far ahead than everyone, but it was an absolute belting. But other than that, they had the draw against Boronia. We were there. The Ringwood game should have won that. That's just 4 points. They were on top of that game. They really should have won that. And now you look back at it now and go, geez, does that just kill your momentum? And then the Heathmont game, I think was I'm not sure how they went there, but it wasn't a big margin. It was a
most of the other games, I reckon Brett will probably go to script.
What about Templestowe and Ringwood? That was the other one I was going to ask you about. 2v6.
Templestowe, a bit like Heathmont, they're riddled with injury.
I'm assuming, we don't know if Mac Totten's back.
I think he played. I didn't see his name last week. But the thing is, the game. I think it was the game before. They kicked 5 goals in the opening quarter and didn't score for another goal for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Without Cameron Cloke, they've lost a few of the guys that they've bought into the club that were going to be their goal-scoring power this year, and it's hurt them. Hurt them.
Is that their issue? There's just not much depth. They've got a lot of players like Cloke who can turn it on. Like, he played really well in that first week against Oakley, and then when you lose a few of their top players, is there no one just there to cover them? Or?
Well, it is, especially. I mean, as you well know, the gene pool doesn't really. You only got 4 or 5 A graders in the lower grades, and you can't afford really to. And in respect to the higher grades, obviously, once you lose a key goal kicker in 3rd or 4th division, that can really completely upset the whole equilibrium of the side, and the ability to even score.
Yeah. Division 3, I'm looking through the games here. There's nothing that really jumps out and sort of grabs you there, maybe apart from the Warrandyte Whitehorse Pioneers match, boys.
I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm pretty bullish on the Pioneers in this game.
Yeah.
They've had the week off, and I had a look at the tape last week against Warrandyte, and by God, are they Ryan Phillips conscious?
They're very reliant on him, aren't they?
And I just think that Duncan's got an experience. He has got an experienced line up there. You've got Mav Glebe, Noah Khan. You've got Padbury. So he's got experience there, and I reckon Warrandyte are ripe for the picking this afternoon.
And and obviously you've mentioned him. You've watched Whitehorse a lot longer than I have, but in recent years have been Padbury, very focused. He's only kicked 3 this year, and they've got a real wide range of goal kickers. I think that's probably the big difference, and obviously they've had a big off season with the recruits, and they've brought some players up from the 19s who are playing well in the side. So look, they've done everything right so far, and Duncan Jones, I think at the start of the year said they're looking at top 2.
The way
they can, they can. And I said, well, I don't want to go into my predictions, but I was more basing it off what I saw last year, and last year was a side that looks completely different to this one.
Well, I had them in the bottom 3 when I did my predictions.
Whitehorse. Did Whitehorse in the bottom 3?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Only because of I didn't know how. I just didn't know how they were going to react or what their style was going to be under Duncan. That was all.
So is it top 5 or top 4 in Division? Top 4, I believe, I'm being told.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Whitehorse are just outside. You look at the top 4, you've got Waverley Blues, Warrandyte, Donvale and Coldstream. I mean, it'd be hard to see probably any of those being displaced. Whitehorse, and then you go down to the likes of Fair Park and probably the rest. So it's starting to take a bit of shape there.
I think if you want to look at 4, I reckon you go Waverley Blues, Donvale, Whitehorse, Warrandyte, sort of the 4. I think Coldstream are a bit behind.
Coldstream will miss out?
Yeah, I think Coldstream will miss out. I think they just snuck over the line against Glen Waverley, but I don't think they've been convincing enough to warrant a top 4 spot.
That game looms. That game for them today looms large. They're playing the Gully, and the Gully weren't all that. Gully's form doesn't read.
I think Scoresby got the Gully.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Coldstream's form is a little bit iffy.
Yeah.
And even though I've tipped them to win today, they're playing Fair Park.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Chad Rogers will be hoping that he'll be banking on winning this game.
Oh, yeah, well, you probably need to. I mean, obviously, and another topic, the two sides getting relegated, so, another win kicks you further above that.
Yeah.
And, well, if you want to speak about that, then, the Ferntree Gully Scoresby game.
Yeah, well, that's got heaps on it.
Ferntree Gully lose that, 0-5, and they've still got to play the Waverley Blues soon, Donvale. You lose this.
Oh, they've played the Waverley Blues.
Oh, they have played the Waverley Blues. They've got a couple of tough ones. I think Donvale was maybe one of them off the top of my head. So, if you go 0-5, that's almost very hard to get out of.
It's very hard to come back
at this stage. At this stage of the season, gentlemen, from the way I'm seeing it, it's Waverley Blues, who are, I think, considerably well in front of second place at the moment.
Yep.
Okay.
I think Warrandyte, injury-wise, they've been affected a bit. So if they can get their full strength, I'd have them up there.
So just very quickly as we get ready to go to our break, so from both of you, who are you tipping for the premiership in this division? Just one team.
Division 3.
Waverley Blues.
Yeah, I think Waverley Blues are the side to beat, but I said Warrandyte at the start of the year, so I'll stick with them for now.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about Phillips too, and being a little bit Phillips-centric.
They've got to get Luke Dunn back into the... If Luke Dunn's still playing, they've got to get him back in the lineup because he's the perfect foil. Because if Phillips doesn't kick goal, Dunn's always good for a 3 or 4 as well.
All right, thanks, boys. We've got Division 4 still to come, and hopefully we'll get Matty Clark too, the coach of the Baronial Hawks. But now it's time to go to our next break, and we'll come back very shortly. This is EFNL Game Day.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve as the rain just starts to come down, but hopefully it'll be a passing shower. Certainly from my perspective, I'm on the boundary today, but never mind. Let's get ready for the big game, and we'll catch up now with the other coach. Of course, we've heard from Nick Rutley, the Heathmont coach, and we're joined by Matty Clark, coach of the Baronial Hawks. Matty, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Looking forward to a little bit of wet weather footy today.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way now, isn't it? It's certainly looking like it's going to sit in. But yeah, we're going to embrace what the conditions are. We know the forecast isn't great, so we'll see how we go.
It's interesting. We were just talking to you off air, and we spoke to Nick, and Nick said they've got about probably 6 out from last week, and you were saying you've got similar issues.
Yeah, we've had we get Mitchy Mellis back today, which is good because he lasted probably all of 1 minute in the round 1 game against Mulgrave, and we've sort of been progressively getting 2 or 3 every week, and Yeah, so we've got, I think, from our starting senior lineup in round 1, we've got 8 out, 9 in total if we account like Damon Fairchild and a couple others. So we're certainly challenging our depth at the moment, but that's good. I think we're providing opportunities for some younger players to come through and apply their craft.
Yes, and Matt, I've got to say, having a look at Division 2 again this year, it's another tough competition. You've got to be on your mettle every quarter of every week now again.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, and obviously it's only round 4, but we came into the season expecting it to be really tough. We know South Belgrave recruitment, but that's building on what they had offensively in their weaponry last year. And Ringwood, like I've got absolute respect for Ringwood. They just keep, no matter what the personnel is, they embrace the role of the players and they just come in and execute it. So they're always going to be out there. And obviously we expect Basin to get better and Heathmont, we want to be one of those sides in the top 4. Top 3, and so we know these games like today are critical for us because they're vying for the same spot as us, and that's not to discount anyone else like Knox, Mulgrave, who to be fair, are really tough competition. They're set up and organised really well, and all barring, I think Oakley are in a different spot at the moment, but I'm sure they'll get better as the year goes on. I certainly hope they do.
All right, Matty, I'm going to address the elephant in the room here, my friend. All right, my nephew's had a really good pre-season from all reports. He's made his debut this year. How's he been going? And where have you got him pegged?
Yeah, he's been the fittest I've ever seen. So he made a real good commitment going into November, October last year that he wanted to play seniors. He's had enough of just filling numbers in the development team, and so the buy-in from me was, here's what you need to do, and the work rate from him has come from that. So we trained him up all pre-season as a forward. He's played every game back. But that's I always say, people have to be able to play 2 roles.
Yeah, you've got to be flexible.
Absolutely, yeah. We're not at that. But he's been good. I think the first couple of games he was just
nervous.
He was nervous, but he was also really inhibited. He just wanted to be safe. And now, certainly last week, his possessions went up, his offensive running went up, and he's starting to feel comfortable. That's 4 games in, his 5th game in a row today. So, he will never be allowed to be comfortable.
No.
But I love his work rate, and his attitude has changed with his fitness. So, yeah, really, really exciting start from Zach.
Yep.
And Clarkie, you spoke about giving the chance to some of the younger players to come in with the injuries. Luke Mckinnon's one that comes in today, played, I think, in the 2s this year so far. What do you expect for him from his debut? And will he play on the wing, or, what do you think about him?
Firstly, on Luke, we didn't field 19s as a club this year, so we had about 12 players who were available to play 19s. I think 11 of them stayed around. Luke was one of those people, so he's a 19s qualified player. He's gone back. He works really hard at training. There's not much of him. My expectations are he just goes out there and plays. He'll play around the footy, so wing, half forward. He's a good runner. He's going to give us some outside pace, which is an area that we really want to keep addressing. Yeah, and I think all the guys have got around him. So when someone like Luke comes in, and I won't share his full story, but he's had some tough challenges in life. So when everyone knows what he's been through, and to get his first game, it just gives the whole mood of the group a lift as well. So we're excited from what just playing his first game is exciting. I'm not expecting overly too much from him. I'm expecting him to give us a run.
Yep.
A couple of the, I'm going to call them elder statesmen, probably that's a little bit unkind, but one of my favourite players, Ryan Henderson, just keeps on keeping on. I remember seeing him, I think, when I first joined the media team in 2016, and here he is still running around, kicking goals and doing some good things for you. He's going all right.
Yeah, he's got a different role this year because we've been rucking Josh Hannon, who we've got back to the club, and Nick Noops has got a role now in the ruck as a backup ruck. So we've used Hendo as a marking forward, just to change the dynamics of the way we do set up forward. And to be fair, the one thing that Hendo's always had is a really high work rate. What he lacks in height, he makes up in endeavour, and he's just been a contest player for us. I'm quite happy to say we're trying to make him like a Brody Myercheck, where he just competes. Yep. When you look up, you see him. When he's always there, he'll lock the ball in and help us out. So, yeah, he's a leader at the footy club too, because he's been around for a long time, but he certainly just keeps working hard, so I love it.
And the other guy that I want to ask you about, and we were talking about him pre-game, and the boys said he sort of just makes sort of like cameo appearances, was how they described it, I think, is Jess Bolton.
Jess Bolton, yeah, he's out injured at the moment too, so we're expecting Jess hopefully back next week. using him in a different role. We've played him down back for a few years, and I know in previous life he's played around the footy and forward of the footy, but we're using him as a midfielder now, a bigger-bodied, stronger, smart midfielder, and really looking forward to him coming back into the fore next week.
One of the things from last year, Clarkie, that I was probably looking for this year, I thought you were a little bit stagnant going through the midfield last year, and I thought that was mainly because the oppositions had probably stifled Ryan White's run off the half back. Have you done anything in the off season to maybe try and release him to be a bit more effective like he was in that season?
Yeah, not so much with Whitey. Whitey's body's changed a little bit. He's doing a lot more workouts and trying to get stronger. I think for me now, it's what can we add in to make us look different? So that's Mitch Mellis, that's Taylor Leggett playing more. He's not playing today, but that's Taylor Leggett providing that run and carry. And so Whitey's going to play a little bit of a different role for us, but we lost Elmac and Buzz, who are strong bodies around the footy. So we sort of can't walk away from having no strong bodies around the footy. So that's where Whitey sort of filled the void for us, where what those two have left.
The game against the Basin, as we all know, it's always pretty much a bruising affair, and both sides seem to struggle to come up the week after. Was that the case against East Burwood? Or because you played a very strong first half, but they seemed to get hold of you in the second half?
Yeah, we that was our worst skill game. All credit to East Burwood. They run on top of the ground, and you know, they've got a lot of top-end talent from junior level, Oakley Chargers, etc. So, and Premier Division. We allowed them to win the contest, and then their spread was unstoppable for us. That said, we kicked poorly at times, and we didn't really capitalise on our early dominance. So we took a lot of lessons in the review that we did. The Basin game it was a brute war. There's no doubt about it. I think we would have been stiff to lose it. They definitely would have been stiff to lose it. But the physicality of the game certainly cost us a couple of soldiers the next week. And, there's no doubt we took a couple of plays into a little bit bruised and battered as well.
And just on Robertson, I think he's kicked 18 goals in the 4 games, which is, I think, more than your top goal scorer last year or around the mark. Is it a different sort of, is he playing deeper down forward, and is the forward line structure a bit different to what it was this time last year?
Yeah, I've got to say yes, because I look after the forwards now. I've always looked after the backs. We had to address the forward line because we were getting entries, but we weren't converting. So what does it look like? We really examined it. Ben Robbo was a centre-half forward, had been for about 4 years. And, as you get older, you lose a little bit of your pace, but he hasn't lost his strength. And so he's now our deeper outlet. He's playing really deep within 20 metres of the goal at all times. So if we need a dump kick, if we need to exit, we know we've got trusted. He won't get outmarked. He won't get outworked. And to be fair, the way we move the ball has been our whole pre-season focus. And we've got Nathan here. We've got other guys there now who have got pace on the crumb if we don't mark. So Hendo's a worker. Ben Robbo's a worker. Around that, we're trying to add as much pace and talent and goal kicking prowess as we can.
Yeah, and just of the boys, just of the new players that or sort of the less known players that have come into the side this year, tell us about one or two of those. I mean, Jeremy Mason's one that I'm not terribly familiar with.
Yeah, so Jeremy's been at the club for a couple of years, mainly development. He's only played one senior game, but he's changed his body type, became a lot fitter like Zach, provides run for us now. He's played on the wing, he's played in the middle in the development team. What we've been really focused, we've been a strong development team here for 4 or 5 years, and we realise that we can't keep winning flags in the development team and not producing senior footballers. So a lot of our shift has been, we've been playing the Jeremy Masons and exposing them in the middle in the development team. So when they're ready to come up, we've got trust and confidence that they know how to play the role and they're used to playing the role. So, yeah, it's been a big shift. He just works hard. So, yeah, he's one of the good young talents coming through.
And just despite the injuries, do you think you're in with the game style you've got this year compared to last year and with how the boys are going? Do you think you're in a better spot this time compared to round 5 last year?
Yeah, I think we defend better than we did last year. I think definitely on the outside, it was known to everyone that if you want to beat Barone, you beat them on the inside. Just flick it on the outside and they'll get us with pace. So we've addressed some really key areas that we needed to. The big thing for me as a coach, I've got to know what we're doing and how opposition could look at it to beat it. And so we've spent a lot of time focusing on that. For my thing, that's why we've got different rucks. That's why we've got different on-ballers, because we're trying to change at the source, but also around the forwards. Our big blokes, we're not going to carry as many of them. We are tall still. There's no doubt about that. But our big blokes are fairly mobile. Like Nooper and those sort of guys, like we've ruck-roved him for probably 2 quarters every game, as well as rucked him. So we've got some 6'3", 6'4" mobile guys now, where we used to have a couple of lumberers, and we've just shifted the way we move the ball too. So our back half's changed, our forwards changed, and our mids have changed.
Matty, I know you've got to get down and give the boys a rousing team talk before the game starts, so we'll let you go. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck today.
No, good luck with the call. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, Matty.
Matty Clark, the coach of the Boronia Hawks. We're about 3 minutes away from our last break before we get ready for the big call this afternoon. So maybe just some final thoughts on the game today. Actually, did we have a look at Division 4? I think we probably had a quick...
Well, we'll pay its due respect. There are 3 games this afternoon in Division 4, and on paper they look like the selections picked themselves. Croydon like are playing Forest Hill. We'd expect Forest Hill to win that contest. Nunawading are at home to Sylvan. Sylvan are in really good form at the moment. They should get the chocolates. Probably the game of the round. Kilsyth and Churnside Park. Kilsyth have been going okay without being spectacular. Goodenson's kicked 13 goals in the last 2 games for Kilsyth, so that gives them a good spearhead. But I think Churnside Park will probably get the chocolates there.
Haven't they been great, Ryan? They've really improved enormously, Churnside Park, haven't they, over the last season or 2?
They have, and obviously, that long drought without winning a game, that takes a real big toll on the side, and they've been able to get a couple of wins last year, and that sort of just gave them a bit of confidence. And now this year is where they can strike and they can make a final series. And I think they, on paper, they should be in that top 4. And once you get there, obviously, Sylvan looks like the side to be beaten. And but a Forest Hill and a Surrey Park haven't performed that greatly to the start of the year, and Forest Hill started to get a bit more form back, but
it's the old story,
it gives you a chance.
You've got to be in it to win it. Once you get into the finals, anything can happen.
And you can only beat the opposition that's presented to you each and every weekend.
All right, boys, we're just over a minute away from our last break, so what we'll quickly do is just get some quick thoughts on today's match and get some tips. Ryan, how do you see today's game and who you're tipping?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't know how the conditions will suit either side, an advantage either way, but I think on paper I'm going with Boronia. I think Heath wants probably have a few more losses than the Hawks, and I just think Boronia a touch bit more class. I'm going to tip Boronia.
Experience will win the day for me, Brett. Boronia, but it'll only be 3 goals or so.
3 goals or so. So how do you think the weather will change the game today? I'll put it to you this way very quickly. If it was dry, would you have changed your tip today?
No. I think it'll be a 10-goal to 8 or 8-goal to 6 game either side.
Fair enough. All right, well, for the money, I'm going to go for Boronia as well. I think they're bigger bodies and they've just got a bit more experience in there today. Heathman obviously missing a few players with injury, but I think it's going to be a cracking game, and I think Boronia maybe to get up by a couple of kicks as the rain continues to come down here at H.E Parker Reserve. Rain, go away. We're coming up to our last break, so we'll vacate the chairs and we'll hand you over to our commentary team, who will be joining us after the break, led by our media manager Matt Fodia, and Jared Bingham, I think, is riding shotgun today, and the rest of the crew, which Matt will introduce to you as we get closer to the time. Let's go to our last break, and we'll be back with the big call of the main game after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome to H.E Parker Reserve for the Eastland EFL Match of the Round, and it's Heathmont hosting the Boronia Hawks here at the, I guess it's the hangar, isn't it? The Heathmont Jets, of course, looking for their second win of the year off the back of a shock loss to Mulgrave last weekend, and Boronia looking to bounce back and get back on the winners list after a loss to East Burwood last weekend. Matthew Fodier here after Brett Beston steered the ship in the pre-game beautifully with Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long, as well as Jared Beanland back in the commentary chair. Jared, the other two have had a bit of a talk already, so we'll give them a tiny spell. How are you looking forward to this one, mate? You're a Heathmont man at the core. You must be excited about this.
I am. It's always nice to see Heathmont. It was good to see them twice last year, so we're getting very familiar with them. And it's always nice to be back at HE, home of many triumphs and failures of
your football career. I was about to say, we're really harking back to that. Right down the other end, we've got Paul Uconi. Paul, if you switch yourself off, Paul, you're back in the Around the Grounds box, mate. You must be excited to see a different division of Eastern Football Netball League action.
Yeah, there's some good games here today, and this one, both sides are looking to come back from big losses last week, so it should be interesting. Should be a good game.
Absolutely. Thanks, Paul, as well. He'll probably be checking the Swan score as well intermittently as well. They're taking on the Gold Coast. Brash, Ryan, pre-game, it was interesting to talk to both coaches. They're really good coaches, Nick and Clark. They give you a lot of transparency, don't you?
You probably could spend half an hour with each of them, and they give you more than probably what they should.
Yes and no. Maybe they clearly trust you, Brash.
Well, yeah, obviously. I think the fact is that coaches get confident when they deal with people that they've known for quite a while.
You don't give away state secrets, do you?
No, you don't. Well, you don't throw them under a bus. But I think, I think it's when I had a look at this game on paper early in the week, Matt, it intrigued me because of the fact that both sides are really struggling with injury. And even though Boronia got off to a nice start, that game against the Basin, as I said to Matty, was a bit of a bruising affair. And I don't think the Basin came off that game all that well either, because they went up to South Belgrave and got absolutely pantsed.
Yeah, I think, and Ray Baird, of course, media team alumni, Ray Baird went up there, and it wasn't just the margin, the manner of the defeat was quite poor. He sort of agreed with sort of what you're saying. They've got players down there, the Basin, but their lack of synergy is what hurting them over. But yeah, Boronia's start to the season, Ryan, on paper is better than Heathmont's, but you could argue that Heathmont's had a much tougher run. They've played South Belgrave, the Basin, Ringwood, and then Mulgrave, who have been in really good form. Boronia, though, started with Mulgrave, Oakley District to get those 2 wins under the belt, and then have had a draw and a loss to the Basin and East Burwood. So we don't really know much about either side, really, do we?
Well, yeah, I think that's right, and I think that's probably the thing with Boronia. We don't know enough about them yet because we haven't seen them play a South Belgrave or a Ringwood who just keep able to get the job done. I mean, last week Matt Clark said that it was probably their worst skilled game against East Burwood, and they were right in that at half time. I think they got up, they jumped them in the first quarter, got a bit of a lead, and then in that second half their skills probably East Burwood got them, and they're quite a quick side, so that's an interesting result in the end, because I think we probably would have thought Boronia would have won that, and not East Bay would have just flying at the moment.
I think too, Matt. When we do analysis or statistical analysis on this team, if for the sake of the argument, if you take the outlier scores, which most of the time are going to be the Oakley District's scored from each week, the scores compress up very, very tightly amongst the other.
Yeah, I think percentage is usually something you read, but at the moment it's hard to read the percentage because some sides haven't had that game yet.
So we won't know until all the other 6 sides or 7 sides have played Oakley Districts, right, to see what the net result's going to be. But like I said, everyone's going to get it. Unfortunately for them, it's a bit like playing North Melbourne at the moment. They're going to be a percentage boost.
The interesting one for me is probably Mulgrave, because Boronia got them round 1. They won that quite comfortably, but Mulgrave improved each week. And last week, obviously Heathmont have got that many injuries, and it was a hard one to play. But 32-12 scoring shots. They only lost by 45 points, but that suggests that they probably should have lost by a bit more. Is that a worry? Because their forward line, I think their top scorer has 3 goals.
Yep. Yeah, they've got three players with 3 goals: Finn Brown, Jed Hansen, and Wade Van Leeuwen, who's not really known for his goal kicking habits. In terms of that Mulgrave game, just a couple of stats. So Heathmont actually won the clearances by 16, 60 clearances to 44, but were down. They had 47 inside 50s, but gave away 55, but had more intercept marks. But I'm tipping that's because Mulgrave had most of the ball flying inside 450.
Attacking a lot more.
It's a weird one. I think Mulgrave's. If it was a loss to Mulgrave by 5 goals, Jared, I wouldn't have been as alarmed. And obviously they had players out, so you can maybe add that into your reckoning. But I think as the year goes on, losing to Mulgrave isn't going to be the not embarrassment, but the shock that it was maybe this time last year. But also, if Heathmont are, as Nick Ratley said, looking to get success, you need to beat Mulgrave.
Absolutely.
And that's you look at all premiership sides over the years, that you got to beat the teams right below you, and then win enough of the games around you.
Yeah. And I will say this about Mulgrave: I think they've pulled the right rein with Ryan Webster as the
well,
coach.
He and you almost had an hour-long discussion last Sunday, Brad.
I know. And the thing is, look, Mulgrave, in honesty, the last couple of coaches they had really didn't push the club forward, and it was
so Hayden Stanton obviously won their flag back in 2011.
Yeah, but
since then, nothing really.
But the thing is, though, Matt, we talk about the old. Unfortunately for Mulgrave, they've had a lot of coaches, probably except Hayden, that have been the rah-rah type, where you get into them and because they're not winning, and you start attacking the personality and not the the thing. And players of this ilk and age don't respond to that now. Whereas Ryan's very eloquent in the fact that I'm sure he speaks forcefully, but at least he speaks with respect to the players, and I think that brings out a lot better performance.
His background is in welfare management, so I believe he was the welfare officer. I'm pretty sure he was the welfare officer at Career Victoria at the time. So he's, in terms of his communication strategies, he's not the type of guy. He would understand that players don't react, especially nowadays, definitely don't react as well to constantly being told their effort is not good enough. I think they would appreciate that his communication skills are a bit more of the next gen.
There wouldn't be one coach, put it this way, the rah-rah coach, we wouldn't be very lucky now if there's any one of them coaches coaching in the EFL.
I think it's still got a place, but it's gone to the days where each week.
Yeah.
Because, even as a player in different sports, being told you're not good enough week in, week out, eventually it goes one of two ways. Either you start to just not like the coach altogether, which is obviously not a great environment, or the other way, it starts to eat into your subconscious, and you go into the game thinking, I'm not good enough, which is something that, as we know, players, it's not a great starting point when you haven't even had a touch of the footy, thinking you're not up to it.
And even look, if Heathmont was at full strength, Finn Brown probably wouldn't be getting the best backman or the best. If he's playing forward, he wouldn't be getting the best player.
The Badramov missing is the thing, isn't it? Because if you go to Brown, you give Badramov space, don't you, Jared? And then if you go to Badramov, you give Brown space. At the moment, it looks like Finn Brown's probably getting number one. And even last week, talking to Brett Davidson, he had to ruck a lot given their outs as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the thing is, I think Finn, when he first came into the senior lineup, was playing that centre half forward playing centre half forward, but they obviously wanted to protect him, so they pushed him down back. Right, and he played off the half back for a little while just to get his confidence going, because he was getting manhandled as a young boy early on. So the coaching staff recognised the fact that he's a good player and they didn't want to wreck him, so they had to make sure that they nurtured him through that difficult period, because he's above average talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and today is going to be even more difficult, I think, on Finn Brown, because we've got Campbell Evans out, of course.
That's
the other one. Injury.
He's a ball, that Evans in the ruck. He rucks all day.
Well, it's going to be a tough day for everyone as well. We're going to go see to our boundary riders, Brett Beston and James Barr. Guys, you're down there. You're down there early. The reserves games are heading into time on or red time, as the coaches keep yelling out. How are the conditions down there? It's cold up here. I'm sure it's worse down there, Besto.
Boys, if you think it's cold up there, you want to come down here. It's like Antarctica. Well, actually,
have you been, Besto?
No, I haven't, and I can imagine it's pretty cold. But look, it is very. The wind has got up just in the last few minutes. It's a really cold breeze as well. Look, it's not going to be the warmest day, no doubt about it. But at the moment, the rain is staying away. We did see some rain during probably the third quarter of this game. But look, the ground actually looks in pretty good condition. I think it's going to be relatively firm. Could get a bit greasy if the rain does come in. But just cold and a bit of wind. But I think we'll be all right.
And James Barr's on debut, Besto. He plays obviously for Ringwood in the under-19s. He would have seen a bit of these teams over the last couple of years. Jim, what are your thoughts on today's clash, mate? You must be excited to watch from the sidelines rather than getting hit in the middle.
Well, I don't usually get to too many games, unfortunately. Obviously, watching the Mighty Hawks.
Yeah, exactly. Go Hawks.
Yeah, exactly.
Hawthorn, that is, not Boronia, for those.
It'll be an interesting clash here. Heathmont coming in, haven't had a great start to the season. Boronia had an up and down start to the season, so should be an interesting clash. Weather conditions could play a big factor here.
Thank you to Jim and Besto. We'll cross down to them throughout the day as they're braving it out here. Hopefully for their sake the rain stays away.
We should be used to this weather, Matt. We've got our own Arctic Park.
We do.
Up at Coldstream.
Up at Coldstream, up at South Belgrave. There's a few grounds, I think, that even the Basin in round one, it wasn't exactly warm.
In fact, I don't think there are any games scheduled. I think Coldstream are away and so is South Belgrave today, so people are spared.
Yeah, exactly. The heaters they won't be on full bore out there. I know you would have done your tips before game, but where's the game going to be won? It was interesting that Clarkey mentioned that Bronny were aware, Ryan, that other sides were pretty confident that if you get the ball on the outside last year, you beat the Hawks, and he was talking about addressing it. Do you think they've improved it? Because last week against East Burwood they conceded 250 uncontested possessions.
Yeah, I think they haven't. I think Clarkey was pretty clear that was their worst game, skill-wise. Obviously, they've done a lot over the off-season, and just even looking at their pre-season games, they beat Seaford, who was the side that they got belted by 80 points last year, and obviously there would be a few changes for them in that, and then they beat Bayswater. So they've come into the season with good form. Robertson, I think that's a big difference to have. I think he played more centre half forward. Obviously, as Clarkey mentioned, he's more deeper to the goal square. He's kicked 18 in four games, and that's something they were missing last year.
And we watched him. Yeah, Henderson provides that two-prong attack as well.
Exactly. So they've got some more options up forward, and I think that's might be the difference when you look at Heathmont without a Badgermont.
Well, Henderson's form as a under 18, under 19 was as a centre half forward at Vermont, so that position's not going to be it's not going to be strange to him whatsoever. And the fact that Matty's actually changed his role and put him back in a role that. In fact, that makes Ryan a bit more dangerous. The fact that he's added a bit more to the engine, and the fact that he's also a goal kicker as well. He could be the difference between the two sides this afternoon if you're looking for a key forward.
Yep, and the big-bodied mids in Boronia as well. I mean, Clarkey mentioned Nick Noops. He can play the ruck, but he's also will play probably 1 or 2 quarters as a ruck rover. So to have that that power in the midfield is something that may test Heathmont out today. I think they've probably got a bit more height and a bit more strength. And I think last year when they played, Heathmont got them just on speed. They're a young, quick side. They really, as what happened to Boronia a few times, they got really done on the outside. So that might be the difference today. I don't think that will happen.
Yeah. If there's a possibility, Jared, that if Henderson plays centre half forward, would Heathmont be half tempted to put Robbie Savoury at centre half back?
I think that's the potential. But who would end up going to Robertson though? That's the one question for me. It might end up being Ambrose. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, exactly.
I think you got to stop it higher up the ground. I think that'll be what
it's got to be. It's got to be the pressure, which is going to be somewhat difficult because I think Boronia have the more experience.
Definitely on the inside.
On the inside, exactly.
Ryan Burley's back today. He's had a relatively quiet season by his standards, only averaging 14.5 disposals. Jordan Haynes is probably the main man who stepped up. 21.7 disposals average and 8 tackles per game in 2022 so far. And in terms of Heathmorton's game, they've had 15 more clearances against Ringwood and obviously went down. But the two games that they've been, the game they were really poor was South Belgrave. They lost the clearances by 20. So I think that'll be where the game is really won and lost between these two sides, as you mentioned, because you can't man up everyone, unfortunately, Brash. So I think it's an easier case study to stop it at the source and work that way. And it is interesting to see that, like I said, both sides are handling injuries and obviously illnesses, but I think that's across the whole competition. I think in a couple of weeks everyone will stop using that in their excuses, because in a couple of weeks you might play a side like South Belgrave with 9 out and get a win. So very interesting to see how that goes. We're creeping ever closer to the first bounce of this game. So Boronia have won the reserves after Heathmont won the women's game, of course, that was brought to you earlier on by Trent Callan and Will Faulkner. It was a pretty exciting game in the end. Caught most of that one. Heathmont got their first win of the year over Montrose in a tight one as the rain again starts to drizzle. Doesn't look like it'll get too much heavier. Quickly before we go to a final break before the first bounce, I know Brash and Ryan gave their tips, but for those that have just joined us via the by Eastern FM Facebook and YouTube, what are your tips, gentlemen, as we go along? Jared, you'll start. I know where your heart lies. Where's your head lie?
My head today lies, unfortunately for my heart, with Boronia, and more power to them. Of course, they've got the harder bodies at the source. I think the inside mitts will, the heavier bodies will do Heathmont here.
An 11 goal to 8 type game, Boronia by 3 goals.
Yeah, I'll go 4 goals, Boronia.
Yeah.
Paul, what are your thoughts, mate, down there? You've been idling the stats.
I'm going Boronia for this one.
Paul.
Okay, I'm going to go Heathmont just to go against the tide. I'm getting stares at it. We're going to go to our final break here on Eastland EFNL Match of the Day on Facebook, YouTube, SEN and Eastern FM 98.1. On the other side of it, it's the Jets and the Hawks from H.E
As
Parker
Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed-price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change, and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. Almost all in readiness for this Division 2 clash between Heathmont and Boronia, all brought to you by Eastland. Matthew Fody here with Jared Beanland, Wayne Brasher, Ryan Long and Paul Uconi. And Brett Beston and James Barr down on the boundary. They're all stuffing their faces with the catering from the ladies' luncheon that's going on behind us here at the hangar.
Awesome.
It is awesome, isn't it, Brash? And I'll tell you what, the luncheon looks a little bit warmer than where we are at the moment. But good numbers both in the luncheon and in the crowd here. Not quite as massive as I'm sure the Parker Family Cup was a couple of weekends ago, but
it is a great place to call footy from.
It is. It's a nice spot, isn't it, Brash? It's toss of the coin out in the middle there. Two skippers. It looks like the toss has been won by Boronia, I suspect, going to the right of our screen there. Jordan Haynes doing the tossing there for the Jets. Bit of confusion in the middle. Pink ball as well for Breast Cancer Network Australia round, Jared. I guess it might be a bit of a touchy subject, but has anyone on the panel had any sort of relationship with breast cancer?
No,
Fortunately not.
No, I think lucky enough that's not been the case.
Paul, you've just turned yourself on. Have you?
No.
No? No, it's good to see. So if you see some pink socks and some pink footies and anything else, it's because of Breast Cancer Network Australia round, and it's great to see. And of course, Mother's Day tomorrow, Brash. A big day on the calendar.
Oh, it is. And
what have you got planned?
I think I'm taking my mum out for lunch. Hopefully my brothers might turn up.
They might turn up?
Yeah, and I might throw a bit of cash at it as well.
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah.
Sound like you're punting on the races.
Well, that's all. I put it this way. When I throw cash around, Mum loves it, especially when it comes her way.
Exactly. Jared, Ryan, Paul, anything planned for Mother's Day?
My sister's just coming over for dinner.
There you go. That sounds pretty safe, Ryan.
I think my mum's listening, so I won't spoil it.
No, it's a surprise, Jared.
My mum's at the Collingwood Richmond game.
Is she? So she's having a great time.
Yeah,
she's having a great time.
Well, I mean, Tigers are up by 6 points right now. So.
Ryan's mum might be thinking that Brash is throwing money.
Yeah, what's Ryan doing?
What are you doing?
You said you don't throw anyone under the bus, Brash. You've done it inadvertently.
I am looking forward to today, though, for me and Ryan. We've got a bit of a rivalry going on today. Collingwood, Richmond and Heathmont, Boronia at the same time. So, it's going to be interesting to sort of see if we come out 1-1 or, I want the two. You want the two? Yeah. 2-0.
So who's the Collingwood one?
That's me.
Come on, Brash. You had to look. Ryan usually wears all his Richmond stuff, but this year, Brash, he's just been wearing the league polos. Nothing special. I wonder why that is.
Put it this way, he had his first year and he's
grown into the role.
He's grown into the role and he keeps growing. Next minute he'll be overtaking me, mate. Taking over.
Absolutely. He doesn't have a haircut like yours, though, Brash. We've both gone out for a trim this week.
I got it down to number 2, and she said, "Do you want to go any lower?" And I thought, nah, I bet not.
Only got a few haircuts left in you.
That's it.
We're about to be ready to go here. Division 2 clash. Heathmont and Boronia, the Hawks 2 and the draw. They're on 10 points, sitting inside the 5 after a loss to East Burwood last week. The Jets a bit more dire, 1-3, but they've had a tough run, coming off a belting by Mulgrave out at Wellington Reserve last week. They need a win here. Jared Beanland, to take us away. It's Jets and the Hawks.
And the ball's been held aloft by the umpire in the centre of H.E Parker. Up go the ruckman. It's tapped right down. First clearance straight away to the Jets inside 50. The target there, that's Herron, and he's taken the mark. That was well done. Osborne, I am afraid. So he has gone back to take Heathmont's first look at goal.
It's always good to get that first clearance, Ryan, and get an uninterrupted run and kick the ball nicely into the forward 50.
Absolutely. Slow walk in for Osborne here as he crosses the arc. Takes the kick on the left. It's going to go to the top of the goal square. Pack forms. Another mark taken there right in the goal square. That was impressive. Impressive hands. And we're looking at Rippingale.
So I think they misjudged the Boronia defence there. But that was because the wind sort of held it up.
Should be a certainty for Rippingale there to kick the Jets first, and they get around him. So, Jets, 1 straight 6. Boronia yet to score.
Be interesting to see how Boronia's defence goes without Jared Lake down there today. So obviously that changes a bit of their structure up. So they're going to have a bit of a different lineup from usual. So, and obviously the clearances is a big positive for Heathmont. That I think that's a thing that we thought Boronia might have the edge on them today.
Yeah, well, Jared Lake's that full back that doesn't give you any space.
No.
Go down to Brett Beston on the boundary line.
Yeah, just a quick update on the conditions. The wind has got up a little bit, and in terms of an advantage, it's really swirling. So we saw that ball hold up quite considerably in the wind, but it's a swirling breeze. There's a little bit of rain, just a few spots around here, but otherwise not looking too bad.
Thank you. Besto down there with James Barr on the boundary line. Up they go in the middle. Was Joshua Hannon, got a lot of hype, but Finn Brown probably beat him in the air. And they'll squabble over this one. Mitch Mallis around that pack, returning to the Boronia side. Of course, spent a year at Vermont after back-to-back best and fairest Alf Pennington medals. Pennington family medals at the Eastern Rangers. Hannon and Brown. Hannon was looking for Mallis. It'll go out the back to Van Leeuwen, who's been the Jets' best player this year, some would argue. Don't know how he disposed of that one, but he did nonetheless. And we'll have another stoppage just forward to centre wing for the Hawks.
He's been pretty consistent, Van Leeuwen, over the years for Heathmont.
I always had him in my head as a bit of a halfback flanker, but maybe a new role this year. It's pinning around in there. Jack Davidson got the handball away. The Jets go forward once again. They look to be kicking into the breeze, but they've had all the play in these opening couple of stages. Jordan Haynes is around the footy as well with the helmet on. It's cleared away by Ryan White. Been impressive for the Hawks all year. Outside of the boot, inside forward 50, just spoiled away. Like to be Murphy Ambrose, and then Ryan Burley gathers, handballs out wide to Haynes. Bright boots and a bright ball. Takes it to centre wing. Low ball, looking for a target. Beat them all. Rippingale came up after the first goal. Handball to no one in particular. Finn Brown came through, left it behind. And then a big tackle on Joel Burley coming through there from the Hawks. And they'll win the free kick at defensive halfback.
Now it's the bigger bodies for Boronia prevailing there in that tackle. That was Ryan White. Impressive stuff from him. As Matt said before, he's had a good year so far. So the kick has found its way towards Boronia's forward line. Not quite there yet. Taking it is McDonald. Just retreating a little bit here for Heathmont, and the kick goes from, I think it was Ambrose, out towards the wing. White was there again. Good use of the body once more. Spilling out here to Mason, and over the boundary line it goes for a toss-in out on the outer side there of H.E Parker.
Big inclusion, Ambrose. That was one play that Nick Rutley looked at the start of the year to really stand out for the side.
Yeah, well, he's an ex-Norwood player, so he should have some experience.
So Finn Brown just took it straight from the ruck, handballed it on towards the forward line there. Up goes Osborne, takes his second. Good mark there as Heathmont look to go forward once again. Out to Haynes, looking for an option. It's a one-on-one down there. Henry versus Hansen, but it's come down to Burgess, who tumbles a kick back towards Osborne. That was a good punch down there. Good tackling by Boronia in the defensive 50, but it spilled out once again. Trying to get it to Van Leeuwen was this Heathmont player. He hasn't quite gotten it out yet. Another scrappy ball there, and the umpire will come in to take the ball up just about 40 metres out, I would say, from the Jets' goal. They've had all the attacking play here, Heathmont. So up goes Hannon. He's palmed it down. Heathmont to recover it, though. Back out to Haynes, and now to Burley. What can he work out from here? Not much, as he was hemmed in, and it goes over the boundary line for yet another throw-in.
So all the Jets at the moment, but it's been very scrappy, as Jared alluded to. Throw in, Hannon had front spot. Brown leapt over the back of him. Haynes came through, attacked the footy, bounced, beat him in the end. Gathering there was Herron. We'll have another ball up. A scrappy start to this one, Brash.
It is, and both sides feeling each other out here. Heathmont need to probably score, I think.
Yeah, they've got to make the most of all they can. Here is Mitch Mallis. Breaks away with some speed. Bit of a helicopter into the centre corridor, but it'll work out okay. Duncanson gathered it. Handball over the top. Slippery conditions help out the Jets as Jack Davidson has time to gather. He's got an option by hand, ignored him. Went the little ball around the corner to Haynes, who's been everywhere early. And out the back of then, Herron hit well, gave it to Haynes, took on Malice with the fend off. Couldn't break the second tackle, and the umpire says holding the ball. He was hot on that. Haynes got the handball away, but Duncanson will take the free kick. He's going to be one to watch. Look at that hair, Jared. We're not going to miss him today.
Flowing locks indeed.
Down the line. It's all Jets. Big spoil from Ambrose. Jack Davidson gathers. Been good early. Back to Grierson. Stepped in and out of traffic. A lot of Jets jumpers around. No one to kick to down the line. Might be a free kick to Osborne. Nothing doing, says the umpire. Zach Brasher. That's a name we like to hear. Gave the handball back to Henry. And his defensive goal square goes wide. One-on-one out there, and it's a good mark taken by Jeremy Mason.
So Mason gets it along down the line there. It was a one-on-one situation. The chase is on. Leading the race is Noops. He was tackled, however, got the handball free, but it went over the boundary line instead.
This ground, Ryan, certainly you can get sucked into playing the flanks a lot.
Yep.
And the thing is, if you can't, either side can't take control of that midfield, it's going to be a long afternoon.
So back in we go from that throw-in. It's Baronia just trying to recover it. He gets it out to Mellis. And the kick down there inside forward 50. Well, it was punched away. That was well done by Heathmont. But Baronia get the kick away. It was only a scrappy one. Ball just bobbling around in the pocket. Baronia trying to recover it. Picked up. Snap on goal there for Baronia. I think he might have
a point.
Missed, indeed.
Brash dropped you there. He stopped you right in his tracks. Good defending from Brash there, but no, the Hawks. Unlucky. It was almost a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, but nonetheless are behind as they bring it back in. Jordan Haynes, as I mentioned, been everywhere. Working hard, the Heathmont skipper. Baronia have done well to halt them, though. You go up the line looking for Finn Brown. Big leap, big mark. He's a superstar, Finn Brown, when he gets near the footy. Short ball inboard. Like this use of the corridor. Finds Liam Douglas. Almost centre half back. Nothing really ahead with Brown playing in the ruck. They don't have that get-out kick. Osborne's the target. Further down the line. Ignores him. Rippengale's there. Big flight from the Hawks. Brought to ground. And the Jets will take this. We'll have a ball up on the centre wing. Still no rain around, but we can maybe see it coming over the mountains. The Jets, 1 straight 6. Baronia, 1 behind. Brown, Hannon, Malice. Stepped in and out. Umpire says hi. And the Eastern Rangers, former Eastern Rangers gun, will get the free kick. Centre wing for the Hawks. Again, not much movement from both sides ahead of the ball at the moment, just feeling each other out. Smothered by Finn Brown, been really impressive early. Handball back to Ryan Burley. Slaps it on the boot, just gets some territory. This might work out for Osborne. He had best position, was beaten in the air in the end, and then coming through was Harry Burgess, then Haynes, and then the boundary line.
Ooh. That was aggressive, good aggressive work by Corey Burgess there, forcing the ball over the boundary line. So we've got a throw in here for Heathmont. It's at left half forward as they are on the attack once again. Osborne nearly took a really good mark back there just a couple of seconds ago. That was well done.
So we're going to go to Paul Yukoni in the score centre. Paul, what have you got for us first?
In Premier Division, Berwick.
Well, that just gone for a goal. That was incredible.
Paul.
Incredible goal out there.
My word.
Is that Finn Brown?
That was Finn Brown. What a fantastic shot.
Handball off to Joel Burley.
Number 44.
Yeah, Joel Burley.
Boundary.
Out the back as we go down to Brett Best, and when Brett comes back, we'll go back to Paul Yukoni in the score centre.
Yeah, boys, it definitely was Burley, but a great play. A bit of an opportunist goal, but you take what you can get.
Skirting around the back. Go to Paul in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Doncaster lead 1 straight 6 over Berwick, 2 behind, and Doncaster East lead 1-1-7 over South Croydon, yet to score.
Thank you, Paul.
Good start for Finn Brown. Indeed. So back into the centre, and there's that man again. Finn Brown palms it down, but only as far as Hannon. Now Mellis back to Hannon. Inside 50 now for the Hawks. Oh, that could have gone through from Hannon. Nah, it's just trickled right to the post there. Gee, that would have been another impressive goal.
The wind's going to wreak havoc by the looks of it. That's twice, but both ends, as Besto said, it's not like Heathmont have got a disadvantage.
No, not at all. So it was the goal kicker, Joel Burley, to take the kick in. It's been called back, however. He didn't wait for the...
I think you've got to wait for the decision, not the flag, but you have to wait for the hand signal.
And there it is. So Burley kicks it off to Murphy Ambrose, who's looking for some options. As we've said before, not too much movement at the moment, but it's Jordan Haynes who's making a run at it. Oh, but it was his opponent that got to it first. That was impressive by Zach Brasher, of course. Zach looking for the inside 50, looking for the contest, but oh wow, I thought it was all Heathmont there, but coming through is Robertson. No, sorry, that is the big man Hannon. This is Josh Hannon. And so Baronia will have a shot to see if they can put their first goal on the board.
In their premiership year, both Hannons were instrumental in bringing home the bacon for Baronia. It's good to see them back, as one went up and played at Upway for a couple of years.
And Josh Hannon has steered that true. So it's been a high-scoring start here.
Yeah, it was Josh Hannon as well that went up to Upway. You're right, Brash, in indicating that. But yeah, good call, Jared. It's been a bit of a high-octane start, Ryan, hasn't it? Without really being free-flowing, we're seeing some goals.
It hasn't, yeah. I mean, that was probably the question at the start. Would the conditions halt that at all? But obviously, both sides making the most of their opportunities. I really like Finn Brown so far. He just seems to get in the right spots. The free kicker before led to a goal. And obviously, yeah, Hannon's a really important one, can play in the ruck and can play up forward.
And Finn Brown, he plays as almost an extra midfielder once it hits the deck. Paul, in the score centre, what have you got for us?
In First Division, Beaconsfield lead 1-1-7 over Montrose to Behinds, and Mitcham and Wanturna South are tied 1-8 apiece.
Big start out there at Walker Park. Battle of the Walker Park /reserves is the tap down straight into the hands of Luke Hannon. Kicks a bit agricultural, but it goes inside forward 50 nonetheless. It'll sit up. Gathering, coming through there was Noah Jackson. He's wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll have another stoppage. Clearances are going to be so key today, aren't they, Brash?
They are, and the fact is that both sides are going to have to make hay while the sun shines.
And there's going to be a free kick in the ruck going the way of Ruben Brown, who's severely undersized there against Josh Hannon. So I don't think Matt Clark will be particularly pleased with his goal kicker there. 2 straight 12, the Jets. Baronia 1-1-7. As they try to bring it out of defence here, the Jets. And beautiful work from Ryan Henderson. In a slight change of role, am I correct, Ryan Long, this year? I don't think I've ever seen him that high up the ground.
No, yeah, well, usually he'd be in the ruck, wouldn't he?
No, Matty said he's actually changed his role a bit this year. He's playing around centre forward to be that running, to
high half forward.
Yeah.
The Jets clear their lines in the end. Coming through to take the mark there was Zachary Dower. Couldn't bring it down, but there's a free kick going the way of Dower on centre wing. Paul, score centre, what have you got for us?
In Second Division, Knox lead 1-6 over the Basin, 4 Behinds.
There you go, interesting start. The Basin just can't find a goal. And speaking of it, Baronia might have just dribbled one through out of nowhere. The Basin can't find one at the moment, and the Hawks have pulled one out of nowhere. The goal kicker, it looks to be Bailey Campbell, the late in. Just whacked it on the left boot. Bouncing through, and both sides have had a couple of those goals now where 2 goals, 1 Baronia lead, Heathmont 2 goals straight, Brash.
Yeah, it is, and it's actually the game just sort of gone up a notch. That they've warmed up a little bit now, and they're starting to hit their stride, and both sides are actually hurting each other on the turnover.
Baronia's starting to get on top of the clearances, and obviously the Heathmont had that first one at the centre bounce, but I think that's their big strength, Baronia. I think they can take the most out of the midfield.
So this is the midfield. Clearance there for Heathmont. That was very, very quick and well done, but the kick was a little bit misdirected. Taking it through there was Dove, finding space for himself. Joel Burley this time, just a high up and under. The mark shouldn't be paid there to Finn Brown. It wasn't. He got it to brother Burley, Ryan Burley, that is. And it was Luke Hannon kick off the deck there, but marked smartly by Wade Van Leeuwen, who's going to wheel around. Quick kick inside forward 50. Mark not quite taken there by Dove. He was tackled to the ground. That was well done by Jake Mellis, Mitch Mellis, in fact.
I think Dove was already thinking about his goal there before he took the mark there, because he did everything right except about the finished product there.
I think Branstead was the one that kicked that goal.
Oh, was he? Apologies.
So it was Mellis tackled there instantly, but Baronia are finding a path out. This is Noops. Finds a handball over the top to Bramstead. The kick now comes down towards centre half forward for Baronia. There's been a whistle, and I think it was an in-the-back free kick there going towards Sam Collins. An in for today, Sam Collins. High ball inside forward 50 for the Hawks. Robert Savory couldn't quite get to it, but it was swept upon there. Oh, the smother on Douglas was very good, and I think that was Josh Hannon there. That was impressive.
I think both coaches will be pretty happy with the pressure that their forward 50s are putting on each side when the ball comes in.
Let's go to the score centre with Paul.
In Third Division, Waverley Blues lead 2-3-15 over Glen Waverley, yet to score. Ferntree Gully lead 1-1-7 over Scoresby 1-6, and Warrandyte and Whitehorse are tied 1-1-7 apiece.
Big raps on Whitehorse, aren't you, Brash?
I am. This game, I see this as a winnable game from this game.
I'm sure they do as well, as we're thrown in right in front of the sponsors. Dean O'Neill, beautiful work out there. It's a tap down. Mitch Mallis might have been taken high. Scores here, of course. Heathmont 2 straight 12, Baroni at 2-1-13. As you said, Brash, bit of a stalemate, but a positive stalemate.
Yeah, you don't want blowouts early, do you?
No, you don't. Finn Brown, big leap, mistimed it. And then the work there from Noops. We'll have another stalemate right again. Forward centre wing, just forward for the Hawks. Brown got the hit out. Ryan Burley is around it, but betting him to it is Ryan White. They scrap over this. White knocks it forward. Brasher, handball off. Now they'll go inside forward 50. The Hawks looking in the Robertson direction as well as Hannon. He slipped over at the back of the pack. And it's cleared by Van Leeuwen. Kicks off balance. Should be all the Hawks out here. They've got the numbers and they do work. Some smart blocking and it allows the mark to be taken there. Looked to be Luke McKinnon.
It's Duke.
Was it? Sorry, Duke. Fletcher Duke inside forward 50. Coming out on the lead and taking a good strong mark is Wade Van Leeuwen for the Jets. Wrong end of the ground. He just takes off because the man on the mark, Bramstead, was remonstrating with the umpire. He'll go long in the Osborne direction. Got front spot. Might have got a little bit of a shove. And there'll be a free kick going to the Jets here. Trying to hit them on the break. Osborne's got an option in the corridor. Ignores him. Looks in the Rippengale direction. Already got a goal, but the wind held that footy up and allowed Corey Burgess to mark.
So Burgess from centre half back here for the Hawks. Passes it off. High ball towards the kicking end for Baronia. No mark taken, however. And the handball out wide has found McKinnon. He's looking for an option inside 50. Couldn't quite make it. And it was swept away once again by the Jets. But it's going to come straight back through White here. White lines up from outside 50. It's just drifted to the right. So, peppering away.
He had another 5 metres there, I reckon, Ryan White.
Yeah.
But I put that down to the fact that there probably was no talk there.
Yeah, he had the space. Just
also, the Heathmont defenders, no talk. Why the rush kick to the corridor of all places?
So, kicking here for the Jets. Good kick. You're looking for Osborne, who was coming across, but cut off smartly there. And this is Jeremy Mason. So, what can Mason do with it here? It's a bit of a saturated forward line for Baronia. High ball. One for the High Flyers. Didn't quite take it. And there's been a whistle. The kick on goal has gone through from Mellis. And I think that was advantage. And indeed, the goal stands.
Number
I think it was Noah Jackson.
Noah Jackson, my bad.
32.
Number 32. I just saw the 2, I guess. Noah Jackson, well done.
That's a great Crummer's goal, isn't it, Brash? And there was a free kick, so I think they would have had a shot anyway. But Crummer's goal, one touch, bang, straight through the middle.
That's exactly. If that's your position, forward pocket, that's where you're expected to be at every contest.
And Heathmont are going to give off a bit of height to Robertson. He's a very tall player down that full forward. So, if he gets in those sort of positions, he's likely to pull in a free kick with oppositions are worried about him.
Yeah, it looks like Savory's got the roll on him. Paul in the score centre.
In 4th Division, Forest Hill lead 3-2-20 over Croydon North 1-3-9.
I actually tipped the Kangaroos on the podcast last night, Brash.
Did you?
Yeah. Just thought I'd throw a spanner in the works.
Oh, I was just going to say, what possessed you?
The ghost of, I'm not sure they haven't got anyone there to possess me. Back in the middle of the ground here at H.E Parker. It was the Jets early, and now it's started to go the way of the Hawks. But they do have the breeze in the middle of the ground. Finn Brown up against his opposite number in Noops. It should be all the Jets. It's Brown again. Nice handball. Found a runner. Davidson. Low ball. Osborne direction. Couldn't get front spot. Great work from the Hawks defender. Now they should clear their line, the Hawks. Handball to White. Didn't see the tackler on the outside. Broke it. Sweeping handball over the top. Finn Brown came through. Davidson sort of got caught in 2 minds there, did Jack. Gave his handball off in the end, and they'll squeeze the ball towards centre half forward. It's gathered there by Jaden Collins. Had an impressive game against Mulgrave earlier on this year with 25 disposals. And now the Hawks go to centre half forward. Hannons, both of them are down there. Luke gathered it, got the handball over the top of the running, coming past is Campbell. He sweeps a handball further forward to Duncanson from 40 metres out directly in front. Goes bang! Hawks get their 4th in a row. 4-2-26 Baronia. Heathmont 2 straight 12. We've gone 19 and a half minutes in this first quarter.
That was an excellent piece of play there from Baronia from their back 50. They backed each other. Huh?
Yeah, they're finding the speed that they need.
Some nice handball chains as well there. I like the fact that Campbell easily, I think he's just been brought into the side, Jared, overnight. Or a late change. Could have easily just blazed away and had his own shot at glory there. But showed great poise, got the handball to a bloke in a better position, and it's paid off.
Collins there with that 1%, getting the block on and the punch away was crucial in getting that ball into empty space for the Baronia blokes to run onto.
So we're back into the centre here. Heathmont, what can they do to stop this brown and gold tide coming their way? Well, it was tapped down by Hannon in this case. White couldn't quite scoop it up. Good tackling in the middle there by Baronia, but it's come away with Haynes, who's found the runner off half back. It was Burley. Onto the wing now for Heathmont. Just a bit of a sly handball over, a bit of a hospital job there for his teammate, but
Hannon's given away.
Turns out it's worked out okay. It was high contact in the tackle, and
nothing much in that.
Heathmont were demonstrating.
The first bump was fine. It's just when he went down, he gave another one that gave the free kick away. The first one was good physical contact.
So Ryan Burley finds the mark inside 50, and it's Jed Hansen who comes out and presents.
Been quiet this year, hasn't he, Hansen? Just the 3 goals after a breakout year last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think though when you've got all your senior forwards out, and then all of a sudden you've got to become the main man, and you may not be up to it already for it.
Especially as a young man.
Yeah,
he's he still plays in the under-19s occasionally if he's not in the seniors.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've got to. Some of these young men, they may not actually be mentally or physically ready to play senior football, but circumstances but they're going to get valuable experience whatever happens here.
So we're just waiting on Jed Hansen to come in and try and slot the Jets third. Very long, deliberate run-up. Bit of Ben Brown in this one.
Oh, he takes an eternity to kick a goal.
And Hansen has just slewed it left. So the Jets, first blemish on the board for them. It's 2-1-12. Baronia, 4-2-26. And from the kick in here.
So Henry to take the kick in for the Hawks. Goes short. Got an option out wide. Uses him well. Found its way to the plan there. And they rebound quickly, Baronia. Good signs. Henderson's the target, got a shove, and the umpire says, yes, he did. Gets the free kick now, Ryan Henderson. Murphy Ambrose is a spare down the line, but if they can move it quickly, Robinson's right out the back. They go short. Malice, Jake, finds the target out wide. Now they stop and prop. The Jets get numbers back. There's some Noops is down there. Robinson wants it in the pocket. It's popped up by Ryan White. Hannon will fly, so will Burgess. Ball slips out the back. And the Jets will take that. Grierson is wrapped up in a tackle. Top of the goal square for Baronia. They lead 4-2-26 to Heathmont 2-1-13. Time on in the first quarter. Big Division 2 clash for both sides. Noops and Reuben Brown trying to come through there. Was the Heathmont defender.
It's McDonald.
And McDonald did well. So Heathmont, I think they'll be pretty happy to just take this quarter as it is. Brash, 13 points the difference, kicking into a breeze.
Yeah, wouldn't want to concede another one, mate.
Yeah, obviously sneaking another one would be great. That Hansen kick a goal they would have liked again. As we'll go quickly to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Berwick 1-4-10 lead Doncaster 1-2-8, and Doncaster East lead 3-1-19 over South Croydon 2-12.
Nice game brewing out at Zerby's reserve there.
It is. Very much so.
So Finn Brown and Josh Hannon go at it. Mitch Malice burst away from the tackler, gains 10 yards, then on the opposite slipper in the Henderson direction. And Ryan clunks it. And this would hurt the Jets. A late goal in red time to push it out to 19 points.
Thing is, Brian, I just think that Baronia are able to move the ball a lot quicker into their forward 50. Heathmont are still a little bit stagnant and are still a little bit unsure where their targets are on their forward 50.
Is that the experience with guys like Mellis and Hannah, just with the way they use the ball?
It was Malice there, the way he able to just gain 10 metres before kicking as Henderson comes in, 30 metres out, slide angle, kick looks pretty good off the boot. The pink Sharon goes straight through the middle. Baronia 5-2-32, Heathmont 2-1-13, 24 and a half minutes gone first term.
Yeah, look, and the fact is that where they're really getting burnt a little bit too, Heathmont, is both Malices and the Hannons in the midfield are really starting to cut them up a little bit. They seem to have really good 360-degree coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and look, they're getting the ball forward a lot more, and their forward pressure has been able to lock it in their forward half, and they've just been able to make the most of their opportunities.
A quick score centre with Paul.
In First Division, Beaconsfield lead 3-3-21 over Montrose 1-2-8, and Wanturna South lead 2-4-16 over Mitcham 1-3-9.
All right, so from that secondary ball up, we've got a kick away here inside forward 50 for Baronia, nearly swallowed up there by Van Leeuwen. He couldn't quite take it though. Baronia just fighting for it at ground level. There was a whistle And it looks like it's going to be going to Van Leeuwen, the free kick. So what can Heathmont do? They're a little bit backs up against the wall in this first quarter, in the last stanzas of this first quarter. Haynes gets it out to McDonald. His kick comes towards the wing. It was a little bit wide. I think it was smothered a little bit. Hansen there. Back to Haynes. So he's running hard. Jordan Haynes, he's done well. Finn Brown was the target, but it was slapped away from him there by Duke. And it's just been tackled over the line there. Well done, Corey Burgess. Good tackler, Corey Burgess.
Good second effort there by Burgess.
Indeed it was. So ball in. Just attacking side of the wing for the Jets, just out in front of their interchange bench. Palming it down was Hannon to brother Luke, tackled by Burley. And it'll be yet another ball up, just right there against the boundary line. And we've got score centre with ball.
In second division, the Basin lead 2-6-18 over Knox 2-1-13.
Nice game brewing there at Batterham as well. Some good games around their grounds there, and Paul Uconi will keep you up to date across this broadcast in the Yarra Valley Waters Score Centre. Ryan Burley and Luke Hannon, that's going to fool me all day, going at each other. Josh Hannon now goes up against Reuben Brown. I think the problem for Nick Rutley, Brash, is that Finn Brown probably is needed at centre-half forward or full forward, but his replacement, Reuben, probably isn't quite up to the level of Josh Hannon. They go up again. Both players miss it in the end. Slap forward by Jaden Collins. Might work out for the Jets. The defender coming through couldn't grab the footy. It comes loose to Joel Burley. Just scrambles it forward. Haynes is beaten by a bad bounce. It'll come all the way back to him, though. Players running in. Great intensity in this one. Trying to burst his way through there was Taylor Wallace. And he's wrapped up in a tackle. 27 minutes gone. The Jets had loved one.
A lot of feeling in this game, and I'm liking
I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Because both sides are having a red-hot crack here.
So Burley and Mitch Mellis going up against each other. Ryan, that is a great matchup. Ryan won that one, gave the handball off. Rippengale kicked the first goal of the game, gave it to Reuben Brown, gave it back to Ryan Burley. Inside forward 50, Finn Brown can't get to the front spot. Great work from the Boronia defenders. The mark taken there by Fletcher Duke. He goes into the corridor, dangerous kick given the time of the game, but he's found Hannon at centre back and he's got a player on the outside. If he can get it to him, it's a horrible kick off the boot. Wobbles it way out to Tyson Henry. He crosses through centre wing, goes back into the corridor looking for Collins. Won't get there. Nice gather. I think that should have been paid a mark to Hannon. Handball comes out. A little step in there from Mckinnon inside forward 50. Can the Hawks get a sixth one? Robertson's the target. Savoury slaps it away. Fell to Ryan Henderson. Short ball into the corridor. Not sure who exactly he's looking for, but the mark's taken. He sort of held it up in the air and just hoped someone would clunk it. And the mark's been taken there by Samuel Collins. And his long, luscious mane will go back to really drive a dagger into Heathmont Hearts early on here, Ryan.
Yeah, well, after that first couple of minutes, their backline was under pressure, Boronia. But since then, they've stood up and they're transitioned from half back. Fletcher Duke there took the mark and was able to set that up, and they've been able to switch sides.
So Samuel Collins, this will hurt. Comes in for the Hawks, sixth in a row. Left foot ball.
Dead eye, straight through the high diddle. Is it from behind?
Yes. I was sort of waiting for the goal umpire, and Brash took it away.
The goal umpire, apparently.
The thing is, he didn't move.
He didn't move, but it's a behind, so a let off there for the Jets. Boronia 5-3-33, Eastland 2-1-13.
Well, I'll be blown down.
You might be today. The wind, Brash, off the boot, maybe it was going straight through the middle, but the wind took it. So late in this quarter, it is the Jets trailing by 20 points at home. Boronia looking the goods at the moment.
Joel Burley to bring it back in for the Jets as players break away from the huddle. The good old-fashioned tactic there from the kick-in. Burley goes out on the outer side here. He's spotted up a good target, but he couldn't quite take it, could Eckert. I paid the free kick, though.
Yeah, late tackle, though. That was a late tackle.
Yeah, so Eckert just passing it along, and there goes the siren here to end the first quarter here at H.E Parker. It's Heathmont 2-1-13, Boronia 5-3-33.
And the goal kickers for Heathmont, James Rippengale and Joel Burley, the singles, and then for Boronia, 5 individual goal kickers, Sean Bramstead, Noah Jackson, Cooper Duncanson, Joshua Hannon and Ryan Henderson. We're going to go to a break here on Eastland EFNL Match of the Day. When we're back, we'll have all the thoughts from our special comments chair, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long. We'll have scores from Paul Uconi, and we'll have some info from the boundary line thanks to Brett Beston and James Barr.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve for Eastland EFL match of the round between the Heathmont Jets and the Boronia Hawks. It's Boronia 5-4-34 to Heathmont 2-1-13 at the first break. Goal kickers, all singles: Ryan Henderson, Joshua Hannon, Cooper Duncanson, Noah Jackson and Sean Bramstead for the Hawks, James Rippengale and Joel Burley for the Jets. We'll cross down to Brett Beston shortly because Boronia are about to break from their huddle. But before we do, Brasher, Wayne, Ryan, Long, what have you got for us?
Yeah, well, I think it's just been a bit of a difference in class and experience. Obviously, Heathmont are a bit younger in the middle, and when you've got guys like Hannon and Mellis who just use the ball so well, they're giving good delivery inside 50. They're winning the clearances, and it's really hard for Heathmont to match that. And then on the hindsight, on the backside. They've been really good transitioning from the back line. It's a strong back six there, even without Jared Lake. So, they're moving the ball just a lot better. And, they've caught Heathmont out a couple of times on that far side, which have led to two of their goals. So, they've got a lot of work to do, Heathmont, to catch up.
A lack of height and a lack of a key forward is really hurting Heathmont, because when they actually get the ball and they're looking for targets from downfield, there's no one there that they can direct the ball to, and Boronia defence are just allowed to run off their men, right, to cover the contingencies. As Matt had alluded to, if we talk about, do you rob Peter to pay Paul? Finn Brown's probably the only winner they've got at the moment who's playing in the midfield, and if you take him out of there, then you're actually, for want of a better word, do you concede it? Are you going to try concede a loss? Right, to try and kick for Finn to get in the game. You can't do it.
I think they put Finn down Brown forward, they might not get the ball down there. I think if I'm Nick Rutley, I'm happy to. I just have to trust Rippengale, Hansen. Yeah, have to. Even Cameron Osborne's shown a bit. I don't know how he goes by foot, but he showed a bit in the air. I think because there's no point there's no point just resting a bloke down there and hoping it gets down there. They've got to win it at the source, and then hopefully from there do the rest. It looks like both huddles have broken. I think Besto's our man with the microphone. I'm trying to find him with my eyes. The great man's just eluding me. He's about to come up to Matty Clark. So we'll cross down to Brett Beston to talk with Boronia coach Matt Clark.
Thanks, Matty. Matt Clark down here. You'd be pretty pleased with, apart from that first couple of minutes, things went pretty well from that quarter.
Yeah, the first start wasn't really what we wanted, but I think that we've been working on our resilience in games and quarters. So after that, I think we really knuckled down and we started to play our style of football, which is important.
You talked about the boys being brave with the footy and really taking the game on. That's something you'd be looking for in this quarter?
Yeah, absolutely, because under pressure in previous games, we've gone down the line, and it's not the way we want to play. We want to still open up the corridor, open up the other lane, and to their credit, they actually looked for it and used it.
There's some dominance in the ruck, but you're looking, as you said, to just get more dominance in other areas around the ground?
Absolutely, you've got to capitalise on it. So I want to see what happens after the ruck bounce, so our movement from the contest.
Great, thanks, Matty.
Thanks to Bet Beston down there. We'll get James Barr's thoughts. He was at the Ringwood, the Heathmont huddle at quarter time. As we go back to Joe Beanland in the centre square, second quarter here, Jets and Hawks.
Let's get the second quarter underway with a Finn Brown tap, but it's gone straight to White, and it's Mitch Mellis who's gathered it, finds some space as he's always been good at so far this game. It's come out to Sean Bramstead, passes it off to his teammate there in the long sleeves, and that kick has just gone a little bit too wide. I think it might have been Mckinnon there.
Handy little pick-up here for Boronia, Sean Bramstead. A goal sneak, played a lot of his football at East Burwood. Renowned goal kicker. He'll be good value for them throughout the year.
Let's go to Paul with some scores.
In Premier Division, Vermont lead 3-7-25 over North Ringwood 1 straight 6. Norwood lead 2-1-13 over Noble Park 3 behinds. Doncaster East lead 4-1-25 over South Croydon 3 straight 18. And Berwick lead 1-6-12 over Doncaster 1-8.
Thank you there, Paul. So Paul's moved forward to centre wing, and there's going to be a free kick going away at Heathmont. And it'll go to Jed Hansen. Looks like he's bulked up a bit from last time we saw him, Jed. Maybe just wearing some tighter shorts. He just plays on, runs past Tyson Henry through the centre circles and goes long. Not sure who's exactly down there. Looks like Osborne. Ball hits the deck. Sweeping through onto it there is Jaron Dove. And eventually he's pushed over the line for a boundary throw in deep inside the Jets forward 50.
It's probably the right thing to do then, Hansen, to try and generate some movement.
Let's get into the boundary line with James Barr.
Yeah, good call.
So the key message there from Nick Rutley was essentially play with more flair and take the game on a little bit more, but also try to control the ball. They've been bombing it down the line in that first quarter, and it just wasn't working for them. Boronia's defenders picking it off really easily, so they'll look to control the game more here, I think. They've got the win, so...
Heathmont could get a goal here, and they just did. Sorry to cut you off there, James, and it was Cameron Osborne slotting it through from a very tight angle, very close in. That was impressive stuff to get Heathmont's third goal on the board. Sorry to cut you off there, James.
No, all good. But essentially, he said, look for deeper entries, try and control the ball and set up better around the ground.
That's almost exactly what they did there, and they had someone in the right spot to crumb, and it's an important first 3 minutes. I mean, if Boronia had kicked the first couple, you almost look at it as a bit of a lead too far to come back from. So, a positive start, and if they can keep getting those entries in the right spots, in the right areas, they can get back in this game.
So back into the middle we go. It looked like almost a Boronia mistake too, just misjudging. And I think the wind is going to wreak havoc with players today, whether it holds up or goes over their head. As Josh Hannon got the hit out down in the Mitch Mellis direction. He's starting to get on top around the stoppages. Handball now onto a runner. They've done well here, Boronia. To not really take clean possession and get the ball to centre half forward is pretty impressive stuff. And we'll have a ball up at centre half forward. It was Fletcher Duke coming through. It's a bit of a different look here for the Hawks compared to recent years. Herron might have got a trip. Umpire says play on. Coming through now. Handball to Van Leeuwen. He's got a runner outside of McDonald. Uses him. Gave it back to Van Leeuwen. He'll get it on the second bounce. Gives it off to Joel Burley. Usually a good ball user. Just tumbles a kick forward about 55 or 60 metres. Big collision on centre wing. It's all the Hawks at ground level. Mitch Mellis now has the footy. Handball, look away one. Got it out wide. They'll go inside forward 50 once again. Robertson and Savoury is the contest. Ball hits the deck. Numbers around it. Bramstead got his handball away. Hannon. This time it's Luke, and he sprays that across the face, out of bounds on the full.
Every time the ball goes into Baronia's forward 50, they look more dangerous and potent than when the ball goes down into Heathmont's inside 50.
I hate to steal Jared's term, but diversification of the forward line seems to be more Baronia's thing as the Jets swing it out wide and find a target in Reuben Brown. He's got a runner in Grierson on the outside. He goes short, backed himself and found the target in Jack Davidson with the headband. Got a man in the middle, Savoury. Here we go. This is better for the Jets. Can Savoury take off? He can. Left foot ball to centre half forward. Target is Rip and Go. Won't get there. Hits the deck. Osborne did well. Slapped it in front of the runner. Handball back to Dove. And then Wallace is around it as well. Boronia do incredibly well. Their defence has been impressive outside that first 5 minutes. Zachary Dower there does well to lock it up and get a stoppage at centre half back. As we go to Paul in the score scanner quickly.
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 4-4-28 over Montrose 1-8. Croydon 6-4-40 lead Upper Ferntree Gully 2 behinds, and Montana South lead 3-4-22 over Mitcham 1-3-9.
So we could have a goal here for Boronia if it's true. Ryan, Nick Noops, I should say. That was fantastic.
That's goal of the day.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Brilliant snap there from about 45 out. And that was fantastic ball movement right from the back line for Boronia, as we've seen pretty constantly, pretty consistently here today.
That was a good goal by Noops.
It was, and it all started from Brasher, who got the pass out to Jackson.
Ever listen to him?
And they just found the space again, and a really good finish.
That's it's been rolling. Brad, that's been rolling in Brasher's head since he was a young boy. It all started with Brasher across half-back. Quickly in the score centre with Paul Uconi.
In Division 2, the Basin lead 2-7-19 over Knox 2-1-13. East Burwood lead 3-6-24.
Mitch Mellis gets yet another clearance for Boronia. It goes down into the forward line. No mark taken quite yet. Onto it. Oh, it's Bramstead. Bramstead with the snap, but it just goes right. Sorry to cut you off there, Paul. But go for it.
No worries. East Burwood, they lead 3-6-24 over Oakley District 2 behinds. Templestowe lead 5-2-32 over Ringwood 1-3-9, and South Belgrave lead 2-4-16 over Mulgrave 2-2-14.
Ethan Nguyen gathers after dropping a pretty simple chest mark and then kicks it up the line. It might just stay in play. It does for Osborne, but eventually is taken over the line. So, any more scores for us in the other divisions, Paul, or not quite yet?
In Division 3, the Waverley Blues lead 3-4-22 over Glen Waverley, yet to score. Scoresby and Ferntree Gully are all tied up at 1-1-7 apiece, and Warrandyte lead 3-4-22 over Whitehorse 2-4-16.
Mitch Mallis got the handball to Cooper Duncanson. Had a first quarter term, did the mulleted man. Long ball inside 450, Reuben Brown. Great intercept mark, and the Jets go immediately. Like to see this, but there's a free kick. It's going the way of Ryan Henderson for a hold. Jared's blue and yellow blood just sort of eked out there. A bit of a sigh and a throw back of the head, but the free kick going to Henderson.
I didn't see that one, Jared.
No one saw it. It's fine.
So Henderson, the two number ones, Murphy Ambrose and Ryan Henderson going head to head. It's a good matchup. This is a big kick because it'll roll it out to 27 points early on in the second quarter. Henderson kicked one in the first. Comes in, 45-degree angle. He'll kick from just inside the arc. Couple of steps. Nice spinning footy. Across the face. 6-6-42 Boronia. Oh, sorry, that scoreboard's very quick, is it? 6-6-42 Boronia, Heathmont 3-1-19. 7 and a bit minutes gone, second term.
So Joel Burley on the kick in once more for the Jets. Good user of the ball. As we know, he's found a leading target there, but it was flummoxed by Mitch Mellis. That was fantastic stuff there to get it down, cause the contest. And now it's come to brother Jake. He's passed it off. And the kick inside forward 50. Well, that was just about too easy. It's been marked there by Ben Robertson, the big goal kicker here for Boronia this season. 18 goals so far on the year. Hasn't kicked one today, which is, it's a plus
rarity
for Boronia. It's a rarity, and it's a plus for Boronia that they're finding all these options so far.
Heathmont's turnovers are killing them at the moment.
Yep. Well, we've been talking about how good a ball user Joel Burley is. It was uncharacteristic there, but it could hurt on the scoreboard here if Robertson steers it true. The pink footy flies. And it has gone through for Boronia. Look at them get around Robertson. They are flying high, the Hawks.
I think we sort of let Ryan White go under the radar a bit because of the likes of Mellis and Han and that, but that was just beautiful ball delivery then, and you couldn't have asked for a better kick.
And I tell you one thing too, gentlemen, Heathmont haven't got a match for Mitch Mellis. He is running rings around the Heathmont opposition.
Burley seems to be going head to head with him, but Burley's there, Mitch Mellis, so it seems they might need to put someone with a bit more of a defensive mindset.
Because he's running all over the ground. They can't get near him.
Go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 4, Croydon North lead 5-5-35 over Forest Hill 3-2-20, and Sylvan lead 5-7-37 over Nunawading 1-6.
Told you, Brash. Kangaroos. Here they come in the middle of the ground. Osborne in the ruck. So they are trying things, the Jets. And you mentioned their turnovers. It's pretty clear that they're trying to take the game on. It's just not working.
I can see Joel Burley in the centre there for Heathmont, which is a bit unfamiliar territory for him.
I think they just got to try and get their good players around the footy.
Yeah.
So we'll have another stoppage. Baronia, 29 points leaders. The other score, Ray Baird's out at Roeville. They lead 3-1-19 to Baldwin, 1-6-12. The lights are on.
I can tell you another thing. At least your Kangaroos have kicked more than my Kangaroos did last night.
Slightly different level, but nonetheless. So cleared up the line there by the Jets. They'll take that Van Leeuwen. Mark taken on the lead. That was Wallace.
Yep.
He goes wider to Haynes. Was very impressive in the first quarter. The Heathmont skipper. Low drilling ball. Great kick. Finn Brown, he doesn't drop them. What's going on? And Baronia get a chance now. Handball's come away. Dower got it over the top, looking for Sam Collins. He'll get there under pressure from Van Leeuwen. He'll go along for boundary throw. And that was a beautiful kick from Haynes. Drilling ball to Finn Brown, and usually he clunked them 10 out of 10.
Probably their best entry inside 50 all afternoon so far. And when you're already a few goals down on the scoreboard, those ones you just need to clunk and then go back for a set shot.
Absolutely. That would have been nice too, given the margin is 29 points. They definitely need the next one, the Jets. Burley got beaten by a bad bounce. That was Ryan, of course, and then his teammates come in and mop up. 10.5 minutes gone, second quarter. Heathmont 3-1-19, Baronia 7-6-48. Over to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, it's tied between Berwick and Doncaster, but Doncaster have kicked 2-3-15 to Berwick 1-9-15.
1-9?
And Doncaster East lead 6-1-37 over South Croydon 4-1-25.
A couple of interesting results there. Both the Doncaster clubs in front.
Seems like that Berwick-Doncaster game was a game for the ages out there.
Well, the rain was meant to be in the southeast, Brush, so maybe it's a bit more hectic conditions out there. But, yeah, a big game for both sides, looking to get their first win. Baronia get the clearance here at H.E Parker. Coming off the line, though, Van Leeuwen did well. Good tackle from Duncanson. The umpire says, give it to me.
That's been a feature
boundary.
A feature of Baronia's player. Their tackling pressure on the ball carrier has been excellent throughout this contest.
Go down to James Barr on the boundary.
So the wind's just calmed down a little bit over the past sort of 10 minutes. So could make for a little bit easier entries for Baronia here, as they're not kicking against the wind like Heathmont were in that first term. But there is obviously still overcast, clouds around and rain about, so look for that in the rest of the game.
So there was a free kick there to Baronia. It was a high ball and marked well by the leading man presenting out there. It's a kick towards Robertson. Can he take the mark? Not quite. Crumbing at ground level. Taken away by Eckert. However, his handball was just into space. Joel Burley snaps around, but it's going to come straight back here. And I think this is potentially
He's backpedaling like he's having a shot.
Yeah, well, he's pointing like he's going to have a shot. He's not going to have a shot from there for sure. Robertson's on the lead. Can he make it to Robertson? He's worked his way into space. It was 2-on-1. Great collision. But Baronia to try and sweep it away. Collins over the head. That was impressive. Punched down by Savoury. It's come to ground level. Heathmont just trying to scrap it out. Burley puts his body on the line, and it's going to.
He's given a throw.
Oh, is that a throw?
He's given a throw against Burley.
Oh,
Jared.
So.
Better check that Collingwood Richmond score quickly.
I was in front last time I checked.
No, don't say that.
Boundary.
Going down again to James Barr.
Yeah, rain just starting to fall now, boys.
Bad luck, Jim.
So going back for the kick here is Ryan White.
Yeah, you don't want to be looking at 0-2, JB, I don't reckon.
No, not the slightest. Ryan White too. Well, he's taken his time.
Where's the clock?
Where is the
30
clock?
seconds.
Yeah, right. It has been more than 30 seconds for sure. So, deliberate approach. 45-degree angle, just about 25 metres out. I think he skewed that to the left to the mark, not quite taken by Mckinnon in the pocket, and it's going to be a ball in here deep in Veronia's attacking forward 50.
You don't mind getting the stoppage after that.
Let's go to Paul.
No, it's thrown in. Sorry,
go on.
Coming through, great collection it was a great collection there from Echo, but the kick probably left a little bit to the imagination. But Jack Davidson, the 253s out there, Davidson and Mckinnon go head to head. Davidson does well, gained about 30 yards before he grabbed the footy. And then Dow was out there with Dove, and Heathmont do really, really well in the end. They got it out right out of the defensive forward 50 all the way up to half forward as we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Division 1, East Ringwood lead 4-2-26 over Murrelbark, 1 straight 6. Beaconsfield lead 4-4-28 over Montrose, 2-4-16. And Wanturna South lead 4-6-30 over Mitcham, 2-7-19.
Inaccurate from the Tigers, but good signs from the Devils there, Brash. 10 shots to 9 nonetheless.
Yeah.
So it looks like, and as the rain settles in, that might be as quick as these games get, as Finn Brown took it out of the ruck, got the handball off. McDonald put it on the boot. The pink footy floats towards half forward. Rippingale front spot. They out and bounds on the full, though. Out near the cricket nets. Might need the covers on. Keeps running like this, Jared.
Boundary.
And we'll go down to Brett Beston on the boundary line.
Actually, I was just thinking, boys, the lights aren't on yet. It's a little bit early, but it's getting a little bit dark down here. And the pink footy could come in quite handy today because it's going to be quite dark coming into this game, particularly if this rain keeps coming down and the cloud comes over.
It's very easy to see this pink footy as it's sent high into the air. It was a punch forward there. That was impressive. Whoever that was, I believe it was for Heathmont. Tackle there to ground. That was a good contest there for the Jets as they stopped Boronia from escaping once again, because it's been very good ball movement by Boronia so far, and it looks like we're going to get another ball up there as McDonald was tackled. And let's go to Paul in the score centre.
In Division 2, the Basin lead 5-8-38 over Knox, 3-3-21.
And inside forward 50 for the Jets. Bit of a rare one here, but it's going to just come straight back out once more. Mark taken by Henderson. He shares it around. This is Collins. High ball to him. It's a one-on-one with Savoury. Oh, he couldn't quite take it. And Ruben Brown will try and take it away. Oh, it was a slippery ball that he tried to kick there. Van Leeuwen was able to recover it. Down to Haynes here. It's a bit of a 3-on-2 situation against Heathmont. Jed Hansen's there to help out. Luke Hannon, however, should win the ball. Good tackle by Hansen. And, well, they've just let it go here, Boronia, as the cavalry arrived for Heathmont. Play on it is. Haynes just shoveled it out to Joel Burley. He's trying to fight his way through. He's not going to make it, though, as the brown and gold pressure continues to come. Another tackle there laid by Heathmont. And that was solid work to hold it up there by Ethan Nguyen.
Incredible period of play there. How there wasn't a free kick and all that, I don't know. As Finn Brown jumped up above the rest, got a slap forward. Dower stepped in and out of traffic. Sweeping handball is a good one. Mckinnon has time and space, kicks out in front of Henderson. Ethan Nguyen's got the job of in. Gives away a bit of height, but footy IQ and speed helps him get to the footy first. He takes over the line for a boundary throw-in. Sorry, Brash.
Yeah, they're still getting hurt on the outside as well, Heathmont.
Yeah, and that was McKinnon then, and obviously a debut game for him. And
how would his width well there?
Yeah, Clarkey said to look out for his run, so he started off quite well and was able to find his space.
So thrown in, we'll have another throw in. He's held his width well, is what Heathmont at the moment, they're eager. I think everyone's eager to do the right thing and get this game going in the right direction, but sometimes you've got to hold your structure, and McKinnon did that well there, had a lot of space, and Ryan Henderson's got a good matchup given his height on Ethan Nguyen down forward, so a chance for him to capitalise on that. Jack Davidson, being one of Heathmont's best, gets the kick up the line, but no real clean footy at the moment for the Jets. So have another stoppage on centre wing. We go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 3, Waverley Blues lead 3-4-22 over Glen Waverley, 2-1-13. Scoresby lead 4-1-25 over Ferntree Gully, 2-1-13. And Warrandyte lead 4-5-29 over Whitehorse, 3-6-24.
Paul's over line for a boundary throw-in. Just forward of centre wing for the Jets. They trail by 29 points, 3-1-19 to Boronia, 7-6-48. Just 2 goals to 1 this quarter, so it's been a bit more even. But Heathmont need a bit more than that. Finn Brown won the hit out. Coming through is Rippingale. No free kick, he wanted one. It's picked up back there. And eventually they find their way back to Van Leeuwen. High ball to centre half forward. Good luck marking that in these conditions. Corey Burgess's fist went to ground. Osborne gathers it after it was socket forward. And Heathmont will take another stoppage here, although it's come loose. And here goes Malice again, got his handball away. Then a second handball was under pressure, but once again, Bramstead this time hooking it around the corner, and the mark is taken by Fletcher Duke. And once again, Baronia get away. Kick to centre forward quickly. Savoury comes out to meet it. Burst through the first tackle. Did he? No. Collins wrapped him up. Van Leeuwen's then wrapped up. In comes Robertson. And we'll have a fall up. Centre half forward for the Hawks. They are all over them at the moment, Ryan.
Yeah, it's just been the Baronia pressure all afternoon. You're not going to get anything easy today. And that's a pure example of it.
So Hannon, down to Hannon. Ethan Nguyen came into his back. Umpire said play on. McDonald got the footy and then just stood up. Gave it off to Reuben Brown, slapped it on the boot. Should be all the Hawks. Mitch Malice is back there, but the mark's taken in the end by Zachary Dower.
So Dower looking for options, and he's got one there in the handball to Mitch Malice. Mitch Malice surveys the sand, just kicks it a little wide there. Noops has come out to meet it. Sorry, that's White come out to meet it.
Some feeling in this.
Yeah, it's just got trickled over the boundary line, and let's go to Paul in the score centre.
Sorry, Paul.
In Division 4, Croydon North lead 7-5-47 over Forest Hill 3-3-21, and Sylvan lead 10-9-69 over Nunawading 4-1-25.
So from the clearance there, it was Wade Van Leeuwen. He kicked it down to a contest there for the Jets. It's mostly Jets there, but Osborne was just taken down, and Baronia will sweep it away once again. Kick by Baronia inside forward 50. Robertson came from 4 deep to take that mark. That was impressive.
I don't think he even tried to mark it.
No, he just fell into his hands, and look, there is feeling in this. Hannon going at it there with the with a Jets defender. I think it was Van Leeuwen, in fact.
Yeah, the umpires.
And they've given it away at 50 as well.
Umpires just need to steady this down a little bit.
They gave away the 50, and Robertson has just slammed it home for Baronia's 8-6-54 to Heathmont 3-1-19.
There's a bit on. We'll let the umpires carry on with that. But in terms of the mark, Brash, it looked like Robinson just wanted to push Savoury under the footy, and then he just ended up with the mark.
He's holding two.
Yeah, yellow card here.
He wasn't even.
I'm sure James and Best will be all over it.
He didn't even want to mark the ball.
No, that's what I mean. He sort of went there and he just wanted to make sure that the Heathmont defender didn't get an easy mark, and it just landed on his chest. I'd like to know what the 25 was for. I think it might have been complaints from Savoury for a push in the back, but nonetheless, another goal to Robinson, 2 in the quarter for him, and that's 3 in the quarter for the Hawks. They've extended their lead out to 35 points. We'll get James and Bester onto it. You can wander over there, guys. You're not rooted to the spot, but it looks like it might be Murphy Ambrose.
Yeah. Boundary.
Who's come over. Besto?
Yes, it's Ambrose, boys, who's been sent to the naughty corner. Murphy Ambrose is off.
That's a big loss. He's one of their leaders. So,
is there another shot coming up here, is there?
Well, there's a bit of confusion in the middle.
Free kick in the middle, I think.
So it's going to go the way of
Baronia free kick.
The umpire with the headband is quite a strong presence. I do like his presence. So he seems to be running the show in that regard. So, yeah, this looks like it's going to be a ball up, but it's a danger time now for the Jets because Ambrose is a bit of a general down there in defence. So with him off for 10 minutes, so likely until half-time, as they get another one. Mitch Malice once again gets the clearance, kicks it to space. Jack Davidson leads the race, but the bounce will suit Noah Jackson. Gathered it. Davidson did well to strip him, but Jackson ends up with it again. Herron came through. Tackle wasn't enough. Sam Collins has got his chance now. Handball over the top is good in the direction of Jake Malice. And again, now the Jets will get a chance. Davidson to Joel Burley. Back to Jack Davidson. Handball forward. Herron got an option short, and Finn Brown smothered by Mitch Malice was brilliant. And now the Baronia star got his handball away to space, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Every time Heathmont get a chance, Ryan, they get stopped somehow.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it would be any more frustrating for a coach than one of your star players getting carded, especially when you're 6 goals down, you're really struggling. You need those players out there, and I can't imagine Nick Rutley being too impressed.
Absolutely not. So Heathmont need a goal. It's an obvious statement, but for our point of view, they definitely need a goal to keep us in that one. So another stoppage here, just forward to centre wing for the Jets. Finn Brown will go up against Noops. Kicked a great goal earlier this quarter, did Noops on the snap. So Heathmont, they seem to be getting their hands on the footy, but they're not getting any real presence with it. Jake Malice got his handball back to a teammate. High ball up and under Bramstead. Just worked McDonald under the footy and took the mark. Robinson's got Savoury one-on-one. He's just probably a kick and a half away, though, from Bramstead, the former East Burwood man. Pops it out wide for Josh Hannon. And it's Sport over line for a boundary throw. Quickly, Paul, give us a couple of scores.
In Premier Division, Berwick lead 1-10-16 over Doncaster 2-3-15, and South Croydon lead 7-2-44 over Doncaster East 6-3-39.
So we're in the dying minutes of this second quarter. We're in red time here as Mckinnon takes the clearance away. Bramstead's there. He runs onto it, passes the handball off. And there is Ryan White. In goes Duncanson, but McDonald held it up well, out to Ruben Brown. Well, he was bowled over in the tackle, got the handball away, however, to Eckert. But Eckert's kick was wayward, and it's going to be coming straight back once again for Boronia through Corey Burgess, who looks to slow it down a little bit. Searching for options. I think he's going to load up there on the right. Searching for Robertson, I presume. Doesn't quite make it to him, and it's going to be taken away, not by McDonald. Bramstead fights onto it. That was a good tackle there laid by Heathmont. They're not going to get away with it, though, the Jets, as they've been wrapped out there by Mckinnon. It's going to be a ball up.
I'm taking Paul's job here, but Rowville 4-3-27 ball and 3-7-25 at halftime, thanks to Ray Baird on the ground there. Josh Hannon got the handball back. It's all Boronia. Noah Jackson off one step. Little check side ball. Robertson, third in the quarter. Bang! Boronia 9-6-60. Heathmont 3-1-19. And that is pretty much a symptom of the day, isn't it, Brash? That Heathmont got first hands on the footy, but they just don't have any width. They don't have any purpose with their clearance, and Boronia get a nice deep entry.
Yeah, they do, and that's the thing. When you've got spearheads and you've got players that you can direct traffic through, it makes the task so much easier. Heathmont are really, really struggling, and they get the ball inside 50. They got no targets. They're getting the ball okay, but they just can't hit it one either, too, Ryan.
No, they're right, and even when they do win the one-on-one contest down in their back line, their kicks outside 50 are mainly turnovers.
Well, they've had four kicks out of their back 50 that have been turned over, because I know Burgess has taken three of them.
Any scores for us, Paul?
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 6-4-40 over Montrose 2-5-17.
That's a big one, isn't it, Brash?
That is a big one.
And Wanturna South lead 5-7-37 over Mitcham 4-8-32.
That'd be a big loss for Montrose. I know, but I have been saying a long time, I think Beaconsfield will get on a roll eventually, but that'll be a big one for Montrose given their ambitions this year. As we're up in the middle again, Jared.
Yep, and so the clearance this time going the way of, well, it's not going the way of anyone there, as it's been wrapped up. Once again, we'll have a secondary ball up here as the Wren continues to float down.
Float down?
Well, it's not pouring
quite pouring down.
Okay, go on, Besto.
There's actually no rain at all down here, Jared. Open your eyes. It's actually cleared up. It's actually probably the best conditions we've had all day.
Well, it's floating down. That's why it's not coming down.
I think I was hearing static or something.
Robertson gave a push out and McDonald will get the footy over line from Brendan Run. That's what you were saying there, Jared. It's floating down, so Besto's actually not registering it.
So we're at left half forward here for the Hawks.
Gee, every time they go in their forward 50, Boronia, they look like they're going to score.
They're a chance, aren't they? So Ruben Brown couldn't get to grips with that one. Joel Burley took it and was tackled immediately by Hannon of the Luke variety, of course.
I think the last 3 or 4 contests, Savory's appealed for the umpire for a free kick, but it's just been good body work, I think, from Robertson.
So the centering ball by Burley, it's only going to be swallowed up here by Jackson. Gets it on the right boot. Jackson forward. Burley can follow up the work, though. And a huge collision there as Burley gets bowled over. In comes Davidson, handball out into space, basically to himself. Then a scrubby kick towards, well, a few Hawks there, unfortunately for him. High ball inside forward 50, and it's Henderson out the back from that contest. Easy as you like. Slams home yet another for the Hawks. 10-6-66. Heathmont 3-1-19.
What do Heathmont do? First, they got to get to half time, and then at half time, I think if you did the stats, Heathmont will be winning the clearances, but not one of their clearances has been clear. There's a lot of the word clear in that sentence there. But look at Burley there. He grabbed it, just slammed it on the boot. He's a better player than that. He's snapped it 60 metres to space. You're defending for your life. Kick it up the line, son.
That's because there's every time they're trying to get their ball out of defence, they've got two Baronias attacking them all the time.
So Finn Brown punch out of the ruck and there'll be another stoppage. Paul in the score centre quickly.
In Division 2, the Basin leads 6-11-47 over Knox 3-3-21.
The Bears could be getting their first win of 2022. Zach Dower got his handball to space. Here comes Noah Jackson, been impressive off half-back. Bit of leg speed, got it to centre forward. Duncanton dropped the mark. Grierson for Heathmont. Has to get his handball away and does. Can the Jets get something going?
It's just a tackling pressure.
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. That was Samuel Stewart at the bottom of that pack. Defending grimly. Like, you can't fault Heathmont's effort, but they just cannot get anything going on the outside. Brown, tap down. Haynes came through. Should be a free kick. Umpire said play on. Hanson been moved around the footy. Got a kick forward. And there's the sign for half-time. Heathmont, 3-1-19 at home. Boronia, 10-6-66. It's 37 points the margin. Even more, actually. 47. My maths is failing me, Jared. 47 points the margin here at half-time to the Hawks. The goal kickers, Ben Robinson kicked 3 in that quarter. And then there's been 2 to Ryan Henderson and singles to Sean Bramstead, Noah Jackson, Nicholas Coops with a big snap from the ruckman, Cooper Duncanson and Joshua Hannon. And then for the Jets, singles to Rippingale, Osborne and Burley. Going to go to a half-time break here on Eastland EFNL match around. On the other side of it, Brett Beston, James Barr and Paul Uconi to take you through all the scores and all the breakdown from the first half.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve, where we're seeing a little bit of a one-sided contest out here this afternoon. Heathmont got off to a good start, but it really has been all Baronia for most of the last quarter, well, pretty much the last two quarters, and they lead at half-time out here by 10-6-66 to 3-1-19. Brett Beston with you, and alongside me, my boundary writer for comrade for today, James Barr. James, what are your thoughts on that first half?
Heathmont started well there in both quarters. Tackle pressure was up. They had numbers around the ball, but then Baronia started throwing their weight around a bit and just looked dominant from there.
They did indeed. Let's go to the school centre, because I'm sure there'll be plenty of people wanting to know what's going on around some of the other grounds. And Paul Uconi. Paul, what have you got for us?
In Premier Division, Vermont lead 4-13-37 over North Ringwood, 1 straight 6. Rowville lead 4-3-27 over Bolwyn, 3-7-25. Noble Park lead 3-5-23 over Norwood, 2-2-14. Doncaster East and South Croydon are tied at 7-3-45 apiece. And Berwick lead 1-10-16 over Doncaster, 2-3-15.
Couple of interesting results here, particularly that Noble Park game and also the Donny East game, which we thought might have been quite interesting games. So what do you make of that, boys? No? Nothing to say. All right, so let's go back to this game. Now, because we saw, as we said, Heathmont dominate sort of in the first couple of minutes. There was that strong breeze in the first sort of, well, it was kind of a swirling breeze, but it was sort of heading towards the end that Heathmont were playing at. But really, it's been Baronia. They've just dominated right across the ground. They were better in the ruck. They were better in the middle. Who are some of the players that have really caught your eye?
Well, for Heathmont, I think Jordan Haynes has been leading the way as the skipper. Looked really good around the ground. Joel Burley coming out of defence has been on the ball, but disposal hasn't always been 100%. And, well, obviously Murphy Ambrose is a big loss with the yellow card there, at least for a little bit. So in terms of Baronia, Heathmont did really well in controlling Ben Robinson in that first quarter, but led him back into the game with 2 goals in that second term. Nick Noops, very good goal. Nice snap around the body from about 35 out.
It was a crack, and that would certainly be a contender for the goal. Did you see what happened, James, with the Ambrose yellow card? Because there was a bit of a scuffle on the far side, and there was sort of a lot of bodies, a lot of players around, and I sort of couldn't see. And then out of that, the umpire gave the yellow card. So, I mean, someone always gets singled out, but it was sort of, I mean, there probably could have been half a dozen players who could have got the yellow card, really, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I didn't see exactly what happened, just a big scuffle in the forward 50 there for Baronia, and ended up in the card for Ambrose there.
Yeah. All right, so you're the Heathmont coach. You've gone out there at half-time, and your side is down by, my math is not that great, but I think it's about 47 points. What do you tell them, and how can they get back into this game?
Well, I think they'll just be looking to stem the flow to start with, looking to get more clearances out, because they've looked good when they've actually won clearances, Heathmont, but it's when Baronia, as I said, are allowed to throw their weight around and get the tackle pressure up that Heathmont just look really under pressure, and the entries coming in, they're pretty helpless to stop them.
They probably need to do a bit more in the middle too, I would have thought. Ryan Burley's obviously a terrific player, but he probably hasn't dominated as much as he would normally in the middle today. His brother probably needs to get into the game a bit more too. I thought he sort of drifted in and out of the game a wee bit, but he's been one of Heathmont's better players. I thought Finn Brown's played well.
He has,
and one or two of the others, but really for Baronia, I mean, at this stage of the game, if you were picking their best player, I mean, you could probably throw probably 6 of them. There's just so many of them that have played really well. It's very difficult. They had the Herron boys both dominated early in the rucks, and then we had the likes of, I think White's played really well, Ryan White. He's been one of the better players for me, and then your likes of Mckinnon, as you said, and one or two others. So, I mean, is there any way back for Heathmont, honestly, in this game? Because 47 points, I mean, it seems like a lot, but it's basically 8 goals. So if they could get a couple of quick ones, which they would need to do, that's really their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think so. If Baronia keep operating the way they've been playing, it's a one-way street, I think.
Okay, let's pop across to Paul in the scores centre, who may have some more scores for us.
In Division 1, East Ringwood lead 6-5-41 over Muralbark 2-3-15. Beaconsfield lead 6-4-40 over Montrose 2-5-17. Croydon lead 10-5-65 over Upper Ferntree Gully 1-2-8. and Wanturna South lead 7-7-49 over Mitcham 5-8-38.
Geez, that Beaconsfield result's a bit of an interesting one. There's a couple of interesting ones in there today, but we'll get a full wrap of the scores, of course, at the end of the match or towards the end of the match and indeed throughout the second half. So we're just waiting for the sides to come back onto the ground. As we said, it's a 47-point margin at the moment in favour of Boronia. The other two guys that have sort of caught my eye, the Malice boys for Boronia, I think they've both played particularly well. What are your thoughts been on there?
Yeah, the boys in commentary were mentioning Mitch Mellis's name quite a bit. He's been on the ball and looked really good when he's had the footy.
Well, that's pretty. I mean, he shows that experience, doesn't he? I mean, obviously spent some time with Vermont, so he's obviously got that sort of that premier experience. So obviously, and he's been sort of a standout, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And
all right. So as the umpires come back into the ground, we will wrap things up on the halftime show. We'll go to a break, and then we'll come back with all the action from the second half out here at the H.E Parker Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve, Eastland EFL Match of the Round, Division 2 action here between the Heathmont Jets and the Boronia Hawks. And the first half was pretty lacklustre from the Jets. They're out first. They're 3-1-19. They trail by 47 points. Boronia 10-6, 66. Goal kickers, 3 goals to Ben Robinson for the Hawks, 2 to Ryan Henderson, and singles to Joshua Hannon, Cooper Duncanson, Nicholas Coops, a big ruckman. The second ruckman went bang on the right slipper from 40 early in the second quarter. Noah Jackson of Sean Bramstead for the Jets. Cameron Osborne, James Rippengale and Joel Burley as Boronia enter the field. A lot of work to do for Heathmont, but before we talk to Ryan Long, Paul, Yukoni in the score centre, any big scores? Paul, give us the headline acts, mate. What are the 3 or 4 that are really jumping out at you at the moment?
The game between Nord and Noble Park, it's a low-scoring game there, 3-5-23. Noble Park over Norwood, 2-2-14. Vermont, they lead comfortably over North Ringwood, although they could be further in front. They lead
Boundary boys.
Oh, sorry, keep going, Paul. Just finish that score.
Vermont lead 4-13-37 over North Ringwood, 1-6.
As we go down to Brett Besson on the boundary line.
Thanks, Matty. Matt Clark here, the Brony coach. You have to be pretty pleased with the way that first half panned out.
Yeah, really happy with our tackle pressure. I thought that our entries into the forward 50 were scrappy at times, but I thought their work rate from our forwards has been something that's been lacking over the last couple of weeks, but we're working on. So really pleased with their conversion rate, but more locking the ball in once it's coming.
And the two brothers, as we mentioned, or the two sets of brothers, the Hannons and the Mallises have been real standouts for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jake's enjoyed playing with Mitch today. There's no doubt about that. And I think Luke Hannon and Josh Hannon have been working really hard all year. So I think we're getting more attacking out of Luke Hannon today than we've had for a long time. So it's been a difference.
And just with the 47-point margin, I guess the important thing is just to keep that intensity up.
Yeah, we've got to keep rolling, keep the momentum up and keep working.
Thanks, Matty.
Thanks to Besto and Matt Clark there. Paul, a couple more scores, mate, before this second half begins.
Division 2, the Basin leads 6-11-47 over Knox, 3-3-21. Templestowe lead 9-2-56 over Ringwood, 5-5-35. And Mulgrave lead 4-6-30 over South Belgrave, 4-5-29.
And unfortunately, it looks like Lee Odermatt's gone down with a knee too for South Belgrave. That's the reports. It's all, of course, Chinese whispers.
Yep.
But that would mean Liam Kidd and Lee Odermatt with serious injuries in that one. Second half about to get underway. Jared Beanland to take you away. They need a big turnaround, the Jets. Can they do it? Let's find out.
So from the centre, up they go. No real tap there, but no real clearance either. So we'll go for a secondary ball up here to start the third quarter. What can the Jets muster? What can they pull out here to at least make the scoreboard a little bit more enticing? So Murphy Ambrose back on the ground and in the middle. So kick forward there towards the Jets forward 50. It's been shared around with Haynes. Haynes with a bit of a scrubby kick inside the Jets forward 50. Good tackle there. Well done. Good forward line pressure there by James Rippingale. And we'll get a ball up just about 35 metres out, directly in front of the Jets' goal. Up they go. Hannon, he gets the tap down. And the kick away there for the Hawks. Onto it runs, I think that was Duke. Back to Noops now. Sorry, White. And now a high ball towards left half back for the Hawks. Scrappy ball there as Wallace tries to tie it up. Nothing doing. Let's go down to the boundary.
Yeah, so I just had a quick chat to Nick Rutley there. Asked him what the key message was there at halftime. He said, try and get a bit of scoreboard pressure on, win the ball at the coalface.
Thanks, Jim. Pretty simple from Ruts, but that's pretty much what you have to do here is Brony get it to half forward. That's an oops again from outside 50. Blazing shot at goal is hooked to the left. The big man's got an eye on that Tobin Brothers goal of the day. It's another behind though for Brony at 10-7-67. Heathmont 3-1-19. Early stages of this third term. Brash, Ryan, you have to agree with Nick Rutley there. They've got to just keep it simple here.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Brash.
They have, and they've put Ambrose in the middle to see if they can generate some clearance pressure.
And some grunt, I guess, as early. Joel brings it in. Good kick. Found that man, Murphy Ambrose, and dropped another. I know the ball's probably a little bit slippery, so I will pull back from my criticism, but that's a beautiful kick from Joel Burley. Really should have been taken by Murphy Ambrose as we go to the score centre with Paul.
In Division 3, Waverley Blues lead 4-4-28 over Glen Waverley 3-2-20.
It's always a close game, that Waverley. I guess is it a Waverley war? I don't know what exactly you'd call it. It's
a wave out.
The wave out as the Jets move forward. Matt Herron did well. Pick the ball. He's met by two Hawks tacklers. And we'll have a stoppage on centre wing.
Thing is, though, Matt, there's been some passages of play where Heathmont have delivered to their counterparts and they've dropped marks.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, just they can't get it all going at once. As that high up and under from Ryan Burley is taken by Corey Burgess. A nice intercept mark. He's been very good.
Wrong.
So he takes off. Handball off to Mitch Mallis. Bit of run and carry through the middle. Handball again. Duke out wide looking for Duncanson. The spoil was missed there by Van Leeuwen. Duncanson steps around him. Handball off Mckinnon. On Deboo. Runs inside forward 50. went the snap, missed across the face, another behind. 10-8, 68 Baronia, Heathmont 3-1, 19. Paul, in the score centre.
I'll bring you some more Division 3 scores. Scoresby lead 6-2 38 over Ferntree Gully 3-2 20, and Warrandyte lead 6-9 45 over Whitehorse 3-7 25.
As soon as the ball hits the ground, Baronia have just been a lot more dangerous. And if they don't get the ball first, they're right there to lay a tackle. There's one or two blokes that are straight on them.
So what can Joel Burley do with this kick in? He tries to Ambrose again. This time he was met with some pressure, but it's been scooped up here and away by Heathmont. Out to the outer side. Nothing doing there. Rippingale couldn't make it, and it's going to be a ball in here out on the wing. Just defensive side for Heathmont. And let's go to Paul with some more scores.
In Division 4, Croydon North lead 11-5 71 over Forest Hill 5-4 34, and Sylvan lead 11-11 77 over Nunawading 4-3 27.
Well, it was Josh Hannon right out of the ruck there, and he got it down into the forward line for Baronia, and I think there was a high tackle there laid by Reuben Brown, unfortunately, and we'll get, looks like Bailey Campbell will take the free kick there on debut. Already kicked one goal. Lining up, I'd say he's about 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. Deliberate approach, spinning that pink ball in his hands, kicks it right on the arc. It's a flying shot. It's going to fall a little bit short, but Robertson was there to snap, to poke it through. In fact, it was Duncanson. That was impressive. They can't do much wrong here, Baronia.
Yeah, just out the back there, Henderson dropped the mark. Robertson couldn't grab it, and then Duncanson was the third man in the chain, got his second goal, and I think that really saps you, doesn't it, Brash? Heathmont, the first 4.5 minutes, they've come out with high intensity. They've been trying to, if they can get the first couple, maybe bring the game back on their terms, and then Baronia get one like that.
Baronia forwards are great at creating chaos and completely bamboozling their opposition. That's what kills you.
So we go up in the middle again. Finn Brown and Josh Hannon. Hannon got it down, then picking it up on the run. There's Fletcher Duke, runs to 50, shot at goal. Hit the post. Hit the base of the post. Free kick. Going the way of Heathmont for a hole. There was, I guess if this was a close game, that would have been up and about there. So no score. 11-9 75 Baronia. Heathmont 3-1 19. Savoury with the free kick. Goes out wide. Looking for Wade Van Leeuwen. Couldn't take the mark. Coming through was McDonald. Brown. Left it behind. Van Leeuwen lays a tackle. And we'll go down boundary side with James Barr.
Just a quick update on the weather conditions. It's really calmed down here. Wind has calmed down and there's no rain at the moment. Touch wood on that. But, completely died down as compared to what it was earlier in the game.
Thank you, James. As Heathmont just sort of force it forward. More rugby than football at the moment from the Jets, and they gain 15 metres. The umpire comes in and we'll have another go. So they got to try and get something going around this area.
Yep.
They kicked the first two goals of the game, one of them straight out of the first centre bounce, and since then have fairly raised the wimpo as it goes out of bounds for another boundary throw-in. 6 minutes gone, third term. It's Baronia up by 56 points as we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Doncaster lead 3-5 23 over Berwick 2-10 22.
So it's been scooped up here for Heathmont off the clearance. It's now come to Herron. His kick goes forward. Mark not taken by Rippingale. It's been wrapped up there. The Baronia player at the bottom of that tackle couldn't do much about it. That man was Zach Brasher.
Ripping game out at Edwin Flack, isn't it, Brash? 2-10. 2-10 to 3-5.
So taken out of the ruck by Hannon. He just skies the ball, but the mark was taken under duress there. That was well done by Sam Stewart. Tough nut in there. So Van Leeuwen kicks it down. His target was Osborne. He couldn't quite take the mark, and it's going to be brought away there by Baronia. First onto it, however, it was Heathmont. It was O'Connor. He passes it off. The flying shot at goal, though, was just swallowed straight up by Brasher, and Baronia to rebound once again. And that was Baronia's Heathmont's first shot at goal there.
Yeah, and it was rushed, wasn't it? Ethan Nguyen does well, comes across Cooper Duncanson. Probably Heathmont's best piece of play since the opening 5 minutes, that from Ethan Nguyen. Murphy Ambrose's flying shot before, as you mentioned, Jared, their first real foray forward. So can they make something of this, the Jets? Give us something to talk about. They need the next one to bring it back to 50 points. Hannon, Jordan Haynes tried to come through with Luke on his hammer. Did well. Can he get it out? Might be a free kick. Umpire He has given a free kick for high. And there's more feeling. There's some more feeling. The football's there. I think it's Jordan Haynes' free kick. Well done by the umpire. He's managed to put that spot fire out pretty quickly, to be honest. So can Heathmont create a scoring chance out of this? Jordan Haynes, probably been one of Heathmont's best players.
He's tried hard.
He's found plenty of it. It's probably maybe the ball use hasn't been great, but he's put his head over
Low
the
ball, Rippengale on the lead. Went over his head. Can the Hawks do anything with it? Osborne dives on it. And then good tackle from Eckert. Ball's still spilling around. Rippengale kicked the first goal of the game. Might get a free kick for the push. Umpire says no. And the crowd wanted it. Bit aggressive.
It's on again here.
The second umpire is watching, so he's come in. So both umpires are pretty close to this action. Now there's a free kick for a block. And it's going the way of Heathmont, James Rippengale. Can he repeat the dotes from the first quarter, Jared?
We'll see as we hear the Bronx cheers.
Well, the Bronx cheers. I really hope they know the atmosphere, Mike, is right next to them. This is...
That's why they know.
So Rippengale got the free kick for the block. I think it was there, but I also think that free kick might have just had a little bit to do with the rise in heat. It's always good to pay a free kick and just put the spot fire out. So Rippengale directly in front, 25 metres out, kick off the boot, look pretty good. Left-hand side. 3-2-20 Heathmont. Their first score since the opening 5 minutes of the second term. They trail by 55 points. Boronia 11-9-75.
So Boronia to bring it back in. Not a situation they found themselves in much today, with this being Heathmont's second behind. We'll see where Burgess goes with this. High ball onto the wing. The pack forms. Good punch away there by White. It falls to, I think that's Bailey Campbell at the bottom of that pack, and there's more feeling in this one. There are... Goodness me. The crowd's getting getting some feeling into this as well, as Finn Brown passes it down, taps it down. In fact, it's going to come to the bottom of the pack, but no, it was Collins that got a scrambly kick away towards Bramstead, who went to ground. Joel Burley managed to control the ball in that situation. Got it out to, this is Sam Stewart. And he's gone the drop kick, which is impressive. He followed up his work there as well. And it's now come to Davidson. What can Davidson do? He added a little bit more space and time than he thought, but it's a 2-on-2 situation down here for Heathmont. The punch comes down, falls front and centre, and the tackling pressure there by Boronia, as it has been all day, has prevailed. That is...
Sam Stewart there, Jared, you were calling it. Has he gone to bounce it and he landed a bit too close to his foot, or you reckon he was going the drop kick?
Oh, look, maybe a mistake there, looking at how Heathmont's game has gone. Well, it's come to Burley. Can he spark something for the Jets? High ball towards the goal square. The mark has been quite easily taken there by Corey Burgess, who's done very well today. He's shown a lot. Good pressure. He's one of the big bodies that has prevailed here for Boronia. His kick was aimed for Henderson. It came out the back, however, and it's just been followed over the line by Nguyen, and we'll get a boundary throw in on the wing.
So, good call there, Jared. Heathmont starting to have a bit more play. As you mentioned, the crowd's getting more into it. Everyone's getting more into it. Scoreline remains 55 points of difference. A drop kick on the run. That would have been incredible if he pulled it off. So hit out down by Finn Brown. And then I think it's Jake Mallis has scored it over the boundary line. So the two sets of brothers in the middle there for Boronia have been really good as we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 6-5-41 over Montrose 4-7-31, and Wanturna South lead 10-8-68 over Mitcham 6-8-44.
Crunching tackle from Mitch Mallis there on Ethan Nguyen. Nguyen took the footy, looked him square in the eyes and tried to run through him, and Mallis wrapped him up in a big bear hug and brought him to ground. So up they go again. Hannon. Josh straight into the shins.
Actually, I don't think
Heathmont
really shouldn't have that much to complain about, because Boronia have been hitting them hard all afternoon.
No, I think the crowd may have just emerged from luncheon after a couple of champers and got amongst the supporting, as it's cleared up the line there by Jake Mallis. McDonald leads the race to this spare footy, gets there, looks up, hasn't got many options, stepped around the first tackler, stepped around Ryan Henderson the second, gave it to Joel Burley, to Van Leeuwen. Ryan's on in the corridor, will get there in time. No, he won't. Noops came across in the orange boots, wheels around from 50, flying shot at goal. Ruben Brown should get back there. Did he get a finger on it? He did. 11-10-76 Boronia, Heathmont 3-2-20. Another story of the day there, wasn't it, Ryan? Just a bit laissez-faire from Heathmont, because they had an out, but just didn't see big Nick Noops.
Well, yeah, they almost look like they were on there, and they need to keep doing it. They need to keep taking on the game, but it's just, again, the Boronia's defence, their forward pressure has been just elite standard today.
Yeah, I like seeing that corridor kick from Heathmont, as they're not going to go there this time. They run it down the wing, I think through Van Leeuwen. A one-on-one contest there. Henry was over the top, but it falls out the back here. Heathmont sizing up their options inside forward 50. Rippingale's down there. Corey Burgess used the body well and made space for his teammate there. And it's Harry Burgess taking the mark there from that disposal. He's looking for some options.
You could argue Corey's been close to Baronia's best player.
I'd have to say,
he's just repelled everything.
Great. So it's his brother, I believe, Harry with the bandage, who kicks it towards the wing. Punch away by Nguyen there. And just between the two interchange benches, we'll have a throw-in here on the wing. Still the 56-point lead to Baronia. That's a mountain that Heathmont will have to climb. So out the back here, it's fallen for Jake Mallis this time. His handball finds Luke Hannon. He steps around Nguyen. Well, I thought he stepped around Nguyen. Yeah, he just shook the tackle there. That was well done by Luke Hannon. Kept composed and kicked a high one inside forward 50. Nearly a strong mark taken there for Baronia down there. And it's a tackle there on the Heathmont defender. Looks like it was Savoury at the bottom of that one, and we'll get a ball up just at right half forward.
Another
Baronia.
almost mark, another incidental mark by Ben Robinson. His tactic of not trying to mark it seems to be working as Haynes gets the clearance, but it's to the corridor, a dangerous spot. Mckinnon overrun it, but we'll get it on the second go. He's got time and space. Pops it up, forward pocket. I thought I heard a whistle, but in the end it's just going to be a mark. Luke Hannon disposed of his opponent and marked in the forward pocket. Matt Clark said to Brett Beston just after half-time they've enjoyed the fact that he's been more of a danger around goal. Looks like he just waved Van Leeuwen, just didn't know he was there. He had no body contact, was just surprised as he walked into him.
But that seems to be the tale of the afternoon. Composure, poise, being able to hit the tackle on the opposition play when they've needed to, and they're getting all the right rewards for it, Brian.
So Luke Hannon, 20 metres out, 15-degree angle, one a bit very casual, just 2 steps and leant back on it, curled to the right.
Oh, you're talking about laissez-faire.
11-11-77. Heathmont 3-2-20. It was a very, very laissez-faire, wasn't it? Jared Ryan, cock a hoop. What have you got for us?
I think the difference is the composure that Baronia have had over Heathmont, and that mark there, we haven't had that much. They haven't been able to take those marks coming out of the back line, and it's something that they've really struggled at this afternoon.
Well, they've started to take a couple of marks there coming out of the back line. Have Heathmont.
This is where it's breaking down for them.
It's breaking down pretty poorly here as Eckert tried to find Van Leeuwen back there with the handball, and there's the breakdown. Is completed essentially there for Heathmont. The high ball inside forward 50 for Baronia. It's been punched away. It's into this pocket. The man in space, I believe, is Noops. He endures the tackle. No, he doesn't. Joel Burley laid a good one there, holding the ball. In fact, it was Grierson. So Grierson looking for some options. He's going to affect the switch out to Haynes, captain of Heathmont here. He kicks it, and not Wallace. This is Sam Stewart. Takes the mark out to Van Leeuwen towards the wing. Eckert's there. It was spoiled away from him, and scooping it up there for Baronia on the outer side. They're going to try and work it through Mitch Mallis, in fact. Out towards, the tackle laid on Duke. Well done, Haynes. Duke has gone down, wrapped up.
I'd like to know why Bruce is obviously audio production. He found that tackle hilarious. I have no idea why.
Bit of slapstick comedy here at H.E Parker that Bruce is enjoying. So it was Bailey Campbell there with the clearance, and it's found Hannon, passes it off to Duncanson. He lost the ball though. Good pressure from McDonald. Scooped up once again here by Noops. He's fighting his way through, just weaving his way through. Luke Hannon finds the kick to Robertson, and it's all too easy there for Baronia as Robertson found the space.
The Heathmont defenders, they're just getting drawn. They're like moths to a flame. They're just getting drawn around. They're just sucked in, and then Noops did well there, but they're not in any position to lay a tackle.
No, not in the slightest. Robertson
for number 4.
Yeah, for number 4. Deliberate approach here. Number 4 for the game, and I think 22 for the season. Looking like it. And he comes in. Has he slotted it from there? The Baronia players were celebrating as soon as it left his boot. And yet another goal to the Hawks.
Well, it's something that they addressed over the off-season. Clarkey talked about that at the start of the game. Is just they needed someone to be able to be a bit closer to the goal. And to be that predominant forward figure, and obviously he played a bit more at centre half forward. And just his body work has been great all afternoon, and he just seems to get in the right spots, and the delivery to him today has been top class.
But even then, Brian, he's still a really hard matchup because he's unpredictable. Yeah. You don't know what he's going to do.
He doesn't know what he's going to do.
And doesn't know when he's going to take a mark.
That's right.
How do you defend that?
You can't.
We'll go to Score Centre with Paul.
In second division, the Basin leads 6-12-48 over Knox 3-4-22.
So we'll go inside 450 once again for Baronia. A slow-moving game out there at the Basin, although if it has been raining at points today, we know where we don't want to be. Can sometimes get a bit boggy out there at Batterham as the ball goes over the line for a boundary throw in. Baronia's forward 50. 63 points the difference. It's now getting into percentage booster territory for the Hawks.
So much for my 10 goals to 7 game.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Baronia have held up there into the mud. They're only on 12. There's 7 in the game. Oh, in and out. This will be goal of the day. And it is. Beautiful goal from Fletcher Duke.
Yep.
Went one way, then the other. And went straight through the middle of the goals. I'm getting heckled. I've been heckled before on commentary. The ladies and the luncheon, they're not happy with Fletcher Duke's major. But that was a beautiful goal from the Baronia gun. He gets his first. They get their 13th. They're 13-11-89. Heathmont 3-2-20. Over to you, Paul, in the Score Centre.
In Division 3, Waverley Blues lead 6-6-42 over Glen Waverley 4-3-27. Scoresby lead 7-2-44 over Ferntree Gully 4-4-28. And Warrandyte leads 7-11-53 over Whitehorse 4-8-32.
So from the centre, once again, what can Heathmont do to stop the rot? Finn Brown shovels it out, but the player was tackled immediately. He actually managed to get it out to Van Leeuwen, and it's a high up and under. Can he follow up his own work there? Van Leeuwen not quite. Swinging out of there now is Jordan Haynes. He missed the handball though. Tackled there was Nguyen. He got it passed off to Van Leeuwen once again, and the mark not quite taken by Wallace. He goes to ground, and Corey Burgess did so well there, beat him to it, got it off to Bailey Campbell, and his kick, well, he should have taken that one. It's been passed off to Fletcher Duke once again. High ball towards the goals. Robertson was there as he sees it trickle over the line for behind.
How good has Burgess been all afternoon?
Once again, though, Ryan and Brash, the way again I talk about the Jets getting sucked in. 4 players around 2 Baronia players. Burgess gets the handball. He's got 2 players in space for them to be able to rebound so quickly. And speaking of rebounding, you go to the Jets.
The lights come on.
Out to Savory. Oh, they do actually work a fair bit there. Handball over the top again.
Can you turn them off?
There's a bit of time and space here for Joel Burley. Stepped around one, got the handball inboard. This is better. Dove. Long ball. Inside forward 50. Osborne's out the back. Big fly. Ambrose came back with the pack. Hawks kept their feet. Jake Mallis. Handball to Corey Burgess. And goes up the corridor. Ethan Wynn's got work to do on Duncanson. Wynn did really well. Has been paid the mark.
Ambrose holding that knee.
Yeah. He's been one of their best, actually, Wynn. He goes in the direction of Osborne. It's all Hawks. Brought to ground. Backing back. There's going to be a free kick going to Jake Mallis. It was there. He got taken over the shoulder. Ambrose still struggling to get up. Keep an eye on that one. Besto and James Barr there. The trainers are out. Jake Mallis has got the free kick, centre half back for the Hawks.
Just on that contest, you had Ambrose and I think it was Osborne go up and compete with each other, and you had 3
Hawks stay down
the bottom.
So Henry goes short and gives the calm down single to Ryan White. Is he wearing compression socks on his calves there, Ryan White?
Yeah,
I think so.
The double
jumpers
goes down the line.
Boundary.
Nice grab on the lead there from Nicholas Noops down to James Barr on the boundary.
Ambrose being helped off by the trainers here. Got a bit of a limp.
Keep an eye on it for us. Noops plays on immediately. Long ball inside forward 50. Players back into each other. Bramstead grabs it. Was thinking about goal of the day. Dribbled it all the way through. It's ended up in the hands of Hannon. Handball to the top of the square. They can raffle it off. Jake Mallis started it all. Wrapped up. Got to be holding the ball. And it is.
Well done, Heathmont.
Beautiful stuff, and the crowd loves it, Jared.
Yep, they do. Well, I mean, I can see why they love it, because Heathmont is still trying. They're still putting the effort in. They're not rolling over to this storm of goals that we've seen from Baronia.
There's only so many words you could use to describe an avalanche, isn't there?
Well, avalanche is a good one. Thank you. I'll use that next time. So over the line, it trickles over on the outer wing as Heathmont just couldn't quite string things together there, unfortunately.
It's the last thing that Heathmont want, another injury to a senior player.
Yeah, and Murphy Ambrose as well. This is only his 3rd game this year. They've missed him. So out of the contest came Baronia And the mark's been taken by Duncanson. Just a kick and a half from goal, basically straight in front as the rain seems to be tumbling down once again. I swear.
I'm confident I'm with you this time, Jared.
Boundary.
Go down to boundary.
Can confirm, Jared, you've got this one right.
Thank you.
It is starting to fall down here.
Yeah, and it's not floating.
No.
It's
got purpose.
It's got gravity on its side. So the ball has just trickled over the line in the pocket for...
It's really derailing this call, isn't it?
It really is.
Zach Dow's just come off with what looks like an ankle injury, so the boys in the boundary.
Good. Oh, thanks for steering us back on track there, Ron.
Well, the tackle laid by Duncanson was strong. It wasn't held long enough.
Not rewarded.
Not rewarded. Indeed. The Jets player didn't have it long enough for that to be holding the ball. Let's go again there at left half forward for Baronia, taken out of the centre there. That was good work. It's a high up and under to a contest. Henderson is not going to quite take the mark. Working onto it is Savoury. He was tackled, however. This is good work in the rain. Oh, slipped off the side of his boot there for the Heathmont defender. Duncanson, he's been good the past couple of minutes. Tackled out of it. Burgess got the handball away. It was shoveled forward there, but Heathmont come back at it again. The mark's been taken well there by Zach Brasher. Let's go down to the boundary.
Yeah, you're right, boys. Zach Dower has come off the ground. He was limping pretty bad. It looks like a lower ankle injury, and with the score as it is, you'd be very surprised if he came back, but we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe some ice, and we might get him back for the last call.
Ball's got out the back. Joshy Hannon got his second of the day. Has he just? He'd almost missed the footy, and he's given it all clear. The umpire's come in to confirm here.
He's grabbed it.
The ball came out the back. It beat all the defenders. Hannon didn't grab it the first time. Brown slipped the tackle. It then beat Van Leeuwen. And if we watch on the replays, but given a goal, he's only just got a toe to it. He's actually had to have a second swing later on. And this is the comedy of errors as this onslaught of Baronia goals continues. 14-12-96. Thanks to Lee Green for that one.
The whole dictionary
we are
today.
that. Lee's messaging them to me so I can use the verbs and adjectives. But that's a bit of a joke, that one there. And I don't know if he actually got some leather on the leather there as we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Division 4, Croydon North lead 11-6-72 over Forest Hill 7-4-46. And Sylvan lead 15-14, 104 over Nunawading 4-5-29.
Here comes Finn Brown straight out of the centre. He said, I can't be bothered with all you blokes, I'll do it myself. Took it out of the ruck, and then the kick in front of Rippengale. But once again, Harry Burgess this time does well. Got it to Henry, gave it to Corey Burgess. Big tackle laid. Dove came through.
That was Wallace, in fact.
Was it? Sorry, apologies to Wallace.
Wallace, that was well done.
That was a good tackle. Croydon North. That's a big boil over if they get that win. Tap down by Noops. Out of nowhere, Hanson! Snap on the boot! Oh, it's hit the post. That looked good all the way. And just drifted across, and the crowd would have exploded, Jared. Heathmont 3-3-21, Baronia 14-12-96. So we go to Brett Besson on the boundary line.
Yeah, Zach Dowie, I think we can safely say he's done for the day. He's being helped to the rooms, and he looks in a bad shape, so I doubt that we'll see him back.
No, that is he's had a really good year down in half back alongside Zach Brasher, and it's a bit of a tough loss.
That's an unfortunate one there as Harry Burgess brings it back in. It's another long kick down to the wing. Strong mark taken by Noops as Baronia continue to link up well here as the rain for sure tumbles down now, making things a little bit more difficult. Henderson was the target for Noops. It was punched away by him, falls into the hands of Duncanson. His kick was a tumbler towards the boundary line, the pocket. It was out in the full. There goes the siren, and Baronia have continued their domination here. 14-12-96 to Heathmont 3-3-21 at H.E Parker.
Goal kickers quickly. Ben Robinson has 4, including 1 in that term. Then 2 goals to Cooper Duncanson and Ryan Henderson, and Josh Hannon as well. He's got 2 as well. And then singles around to Sean Bramstead, Noah Jackson, and Fletcher Duke, Nicholas Coops as well. Fletcher Duke kicking a very impressive goal in that third term, weaving in and out. And then for Heathmont, it's a sorry state of affairs. 3 goals between James Rippengale, Cameron Osborne and Joel Burley. We'll go to a break. On the other side of this break, we'll have all the scores around the grounds, plus the thoughts of Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve Eastland EFL Match of the Day. Unfortunately, we've got this one wrong. Heathmont 3-3-21, Boronia 14-12-96. The Hawks dominant from go to woe. And we're going to go quickly around the grounds. I've got a bit of intel, Jared. Jake Toohey of Mitcham's just kicked goal of the year, apparently, against Montana South. I'd like to see that one on the highlights reel. I'm sure there's been a bit of a hyperbole added to it, but well done to him. Interesting game out there as well at Walker Park.
Not an exaggeration like that one before.
Well, exactly. Let's go to Paul in the score centre. Paul, flick your mic on and then tell us some scores.
In Premier Division, Vermont 6-15-51 over 6-18. Noble Park lead 9-8-62 over Norwood 4-2-26. Doncaster East lead 12-9-81 over South Croydon 9-8-62. And Doncaster lead 5-5-35 over Berwick 3-12-30.
Let's get down to Brett Besto with the boundary, with the coach of Boronia, I believe.
Yeah, not a great day to be on the boundary now, boys. The rain's really coming down here, but Matt Clark's not worried about the rain. He's very happy with his performance of the side in the first 3 quarters. Matty, I guess it's just more of the same for this last quarter. Just finish it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really happy with our work rate. I think we've been outnumbering at the contest and been able to move the ball once we get it. So the message is, even though the rain's come, and adjust to the conditions, but still we want to attack. We want to tackle well and move the ball at pace.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
So thank you, Besto, for that. And Matt Clark would be...
We're peppering Matt Clark today, aren't we?
There we are, yeah, absolutely. He's done, 4 interviews now?
Well, he's run out of words.
Yeah. That's been
Besto may as well be in the huddle.
Yeah. That's been keen, though, their work rate. You know, they've outworked Heathmont. Their pressure around the ball, their tackling pressure is just phenomenal. And speaking of the tackling pressure, well, they've won it once again through the tackling pressure, but it was Wallace laying a good tackle on Mitch Mellis in retaliation there as... the ball was forced towards centre half forward for Boronia from this first stoppage for the final quarter. Tapped down by Hannon, but onto it is Wade Van Leeuwen. He just lost a handle on it, though. Boronia forcing it forward once again. Wallace lays another tackle. That's his second of the quarter. That was well done. And it's just inside the arc for Boronia as the rain continues, I believe. Well, look, honestly, don't trust me on that one. So... Tackling there is Nguyen, but his opponent got the ball away through a scrubby kick. Picking it up was Noops. Got it to a teammate. He was tackled, and it's a tumbling ball out of defence for Heathmont. Tracking it back is Stewart. Onto it there was Baronia. He got it here to Duke. Fletcher Duke from the 40, but punched over the line there by Robert Savoury, saving a goal there for Heathmont.
Got a three-quarter time score, from Roeville. 6-7-43, the Hawks. Baldwin 5-10-40. And Roeville have just kicked the first goal in the last quarter. We're going to James Barr on the boundary line.
Yeah, just listening into that Heathmont huddle, Nick Rutley pretty much summed it up in 3 words: stem the bleeding, really. They're just going to look to play out this game, fight as hard as they can, and hope to keep their margin somewhat respectable.
Noops got it off to Henry, gave it off to Sam Collins, might have been taken high. Ball beater charging, Ethan Nguyen, Hannon. That was Luke, got his handball back. Noah Jackson, ball to the top of the square. 3 Heathmont players fly. Eventually Savoury got his hands on the footy, gave it off to Van Leeuwen. He got his handball to Ryan Burley, gave it to Michael Grierson, or Lucas, stepped in ball, got his handball back to Ryan Burley. Took a few steps, got his handball away, Van Leeuwen. They've worked it okay, but they've got nowhere to go. So instead he just chips it up in the air to Van Leeuwen, and it's an intercept mark going the way there of Ryan White. So Baronia, on the other hand, will be looking to just keep the bleeding going. A big percentage boosting opportunity for the Hawks. Get themselves back in the top 3. Robertson on the lead. Marks in the pocket. Has a chance to kick his 5th and 23rd of the season.
Boundary.
As we go down to James Barr once again.
A bit of a blow for Heathmont with Murphy Ambrose. He's got ice on that left ankle and he's out of this contest.
And we assume that'll be the same for, was it Zach Dower as well? He went into the rooms. So Ambrose has had a day and a half, hasn't he? Yellow card, injury, poor bugger. So Ben Robertson kicked 4 in the preceding 2 quarters. Kick from just inside the 40, pretty tight angle for his 23rd of the season. Pretty good looking kick off the boot. Is it there? It is. Great goal from Ben Robertson. Having a standout year is the Big Hawk. 23 goals to be leading the goal kicking at the moment. He's got 5 for the day. They've cracked the ton. 15-13, 103 the Hawks. Heathmont 3-3-21.
Well, I think that passage of play really summed up the day. There was 5-6 Heathmont guys in the last line of defence. They couldn't raffle it, and they still kicked the ball out, and the ball got turned over. I think that really sums up your day.
And clearly, as Matty Clark said, that they want to keep attacking in this last quarter. This is a really good chance to start putting the percentage on, even though I don't think it will matter too much with the draw, but you never know.
Yeah, well, we'll see from the clearance there. It's going to be wrapped up, and once again, the umpire will come in.
But it also gives
East Burwood, 134, Oakley District 2214. Carry on, Brash.
It gives Baronia a chance, especially to run into a bit of form again too.
Jackson was tackled there. Ryan Burley recovered the ball for Heathmont. Inside 50 for the Jets. Up they go, the Flyers. Well, at the full of the ball was Eckert. He managed to get a handball back. That's a good flying shot at goal for Heathmont, but it's just gone left, and it was Jack Davidson.
Better luck, Jack.
Yeah.
He'll be getting a bollocking at home, you would have thought, Brash. As we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 7-5-47 over Montrose 5-7-37. East Ringwood.
Sorry?
Keep going.
No worries. East Ringwood lead 8-7-55 over Mooralbark at 7-4-46. Croydon lead 13-8-86 over Upper Ferntree Gully 1-2-8, and Wanturna South lead 10-10-70 over Mitcham 8-9-57.
So some good games in Division 1 there. A bit of a comeback from Montrose, you're right, Brash, but Beaconsfield still holding on as the kick finds its way to Collins in the centre corridor. Noops is out on his own. Nicholas Noop takes the mark, runs inside 50 under pressure from Wins, fails for home. And it's to the left. It's to the left. The goal umpire very nonchalant down there, the club umpire. We thank him for his service today. 15-14, 104 Baronia. Heathmont 3-4-22. What happened there? Just a couple of key men in space for Baronia as Savoury brings it back into play. Kick was looking for Davidson. He's been one of the Jets' better players. Picked up now by Ryan White. Turned inboard. Little screwing kick was towards Malice. And then, look at that. That is class personified. Picked it up, burst away from 3 Heathmont players, then switched the play beautifully. Collins has got the footy now. Jaden, low ball. Noops on the lead. Big Jukes, marks. 45 from home. Swings immediately around. Robertson! Got it.
Kick.
That is beautiful play. All started with Mitch Mallis. Beautiful play. Ended up on Robertson's chest. You can see why he's lining up for his 24th of the season.
I've got to say, there's been quite a few players that have left Ferntree Gully that have gone on and dominated in other clubs. I tell you what, if the Gully could get these players back, I tell you what, they'd be half a fair side.
So Robertson, he should kick this one for his 6th.
Nah.
Got it.
Oh, yeah.
You've been good on those today, Brash. Ben Robertson's got his 6th. He was goalless to quarter time. He's now got 24 for the season. Baronia 16, 14, 110 as we go boundary side with James Barr.
Yeah, there's a bit of blue sky coming through here, boys. It's a bit of a sight for sore eyes.
Well, I think the Heathmont fans will be happy to look at anything but the scoreboard. As Brash, what are you talking about with these Ferntree Gully players?
Well, Noops, Halo, they've all Jesse Nguyen, they've all gone to Mitcham and all these other clubs and become better footballers. Ferntree Gully have let away a lot of talent in recent years.
Would they want to go back there? Paul, what is the score at Scoresby and Ferntree Gully?
Scoresby and Ferntree Gully. Scoresby lead 8-3-51 to Ferntree Gully 5-7-37.
They might not want to go there, Brash.
Yet another clearance there to Baronia. Henderson with the target initially, but it's going to be taken away by the Jets. It was McDonald sharing it with Nguyen, who's finding his life out there for the Jets. McDonald was the one that ended up with it, but yet another intercept mark on the half-forward line for Baronia. This time it's Mitch Mellis, the star.
Well, they could have raffled that.
They really could have.
Where's Robbo?
And we're looking for Robbo here. I think Mitch is too. Just in the way was Van Leeuwen, but Hannon snaps the goal anyway, front and centre. Well done, Luke Hannon, to kick Baronia's 17th of the day.
It's party time, Ryan. Come on. Ryan's on for 2-0 here. Richmond have already got up. Baronia are going to go up. Paul?
In Division 2, Mulgrave lead 8-8-56 to South Belgrave 6-6-42.
We've gone early on Ryan Webster, Brash.
Ringwood 10-8-68 over Templestowe 9-2-56, and the Basin lead 9-14-68 over Knox 4-4-28.
So with that, if results stay as they are, it'll be Ringwood and East Burwood undefeated.
Yeah.
So South Belgrave trail Mulgrave. That's making Heathmont's loss last week seem not as bad, as Osborne's in the ruck going up against Josh Hannon. He won it. And then well done coming off the line. Not Ryan Burley. That was Dove. Got it inside forward 50 for the Jets. Rippengale almost pulled it in. But once again, Baronia have the numbers in the air and on the ground. And they clear their lines. And it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw. And any other scores, Paul?
In Division 3, Glen Waverley Blues lead Glen Waverley 7-7-49 Waverley Blues over Glen Waverley 5-4-34, and Warren Dyke lead 9-11-65 over Whitehorse 7-9-51.
Ooh, a couple of good games going on again. Shock. Mitch Mallis bursts away from a pack, shows some poise, went in the middle towards Bramstead. He gathers it, kicks it out to space. Foot race should suit Ethan Nguyen, and it does. He gets it ahead of Noops. Got nothing ahead though, Ethan Nguyen. So pops it up to a 2-on-1. Henry does well. Mitch Mallis is everywhere. Gathers another disposal. Handball to no one in particular. Jack Davidson grabbed it, got rid of it. Coming through is Dove. Duncanson lays a tackle. And we'll have a ball up, centre half forward for the Jets. What about Division 4, Paul?
Division 4, Croydon North lead 14-9-93 over Forest Hill 7-8-50.
Massive.
Game over there.
And Sylvan lead 20-17-137 over Nunawading 4-5-29.
Let's remember, I did tip Croydon North. Yeah. Incredible. I've got one right, Brad. Roeville, 8-7-55, Baldwin 5-10-40. So we're starting to see who are the real deal this year. Are Mulgrave the real deal? Are Roeville the real deal?
Are Croydon North the real deal?
Well, are Croydon North the real deal? Forest Hill aren't. And at the moment, Heathmont are. Baronia 17-14, 116.
And Kilsyth were well
24-22.
And Kilsyth were well in front. And
were they against Chermside Park?
Yeah, they were.
Now off air, Wayne Brasher said he didn't want to talk about Division 4 today because all the results could write themselves. Only one of them's going to. Ball bouncing around Heathmont Ford 50. And we'll have another stoppage. Paul, any more scores? What about Premier Division?
In Premier Division,
Berwick?
Berwick 3-3-31 trail Doncaster 7-5-47, and Doncaster East lead 15-9-99 over South Croydon 9-7-61.
So Doncaster look like they're going to get their first win, Jared.
It does look like that. So as it was White, he just beat his tackler there pretty easily, stepping around the Heathmont player there, Baronia now, and it's come to Bailey Campbell. Campbell gets it onto Bramstead. Holds the ball aloft as he wheels around onto the right. He's looking for Henderson this time. Henderson, bigger bodied. Out the back is Robertson. Can he work his way onto it? But it was Ethan Nguyen. He continues to put his heart and soul into this game.
He's probably been their best.
Yeah, I'd say he has been.
Him and Ryan Burley.
It's just, is it the injuries that's really thrown off their structure? Because when they come outside, this next kick, they just haven't been able to hit a target. They've been kicking into 1-on-2s.
Badgermov
because working his way up the ground.
Badgermov and Campbell Evans. So Campbell Evans plays in the ruck, allows Finn Brown to play centre forward, and Badgermov gives you another marking target as that kick went to Sam Stewart. He couldn't get there on the full. Ethan Nguyen came in hard-nosed and will get a free kick. He's really, since quarter time, blossomed as up there with the Burleys as the best player for the Jets, and Finn Brown. Probably not on the best 10 players on the ground, unfortunately, for Heathmont's sake, but he's been one of their best. Kick goes centre wing. 4 Hawks on 1 in James Rippengale. So they go forward again. Baronia. Bramstead underneath it. Created a contest. Little kick around the corner from White. Gathering his Van Leeuwen. He's under pressure. And then Malice later tackle. Ball spilled out to Ryan Henderson. He sat up in the tackle, Van Leeuwen, Joel Burley. Leaving it behind there is Hanson. Jake Malice, Mitch Malice. Robbo's 1-on-1 with Savoury. He's got 6. Works his way to the front. Robbo, Savoury did well. Dropped the mark though. Coming through. Mckinnon off the ground. Couldn't get his foot to it. Well done by Haynes. Could have got a free kick. And then Reuben Brown smothered by Mckinnon. They keep going, the Hawks. They want another one. Mckinnon in, out. Got tackled in the end. And now Savoury under pressure from Robertson clears his line. But surely it'll come back again, Jared.
It looks like it will, as Mitch Malice, he's going to make sure of it. Well, he passes it off. Noops couldn't handle it, however. And it might be Heathmont out the back here as Osborne goes for a trot. What have they got up forward? What they do have is Finn Brown.
Well, you got excited. It was a bit like that,
Finn
Jared.
Brown out into the pocket, and I think he's found Osborne once again.
Kept running.
Yeah, he did keep running, and it's a little bit of a worse angle, but closer in here. So with a heavy ball, maybe an easier shot here for Cam Osborne to put a little bit of respect here for Heathmont. Wow, looking at a little bit more, a little bit. Some
less disrespect.
Yeah. So Osborne works his way in. Kick is on its way. And we're going to look at the goal umpire for this one. I think he's got it. Osborne
and
kicks
listen
his second,
to him, Jared.
And the crowd goes wild. I hope the effects mic is picking that up.
4-4-28, the Jets. Baronia 17-15-117 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Cam Osborne's got 2. He's shown a bit as a youngster. I don't know if he'd be in their best 22 brash if he got around to it.
No. I think Brucey might have to tune the acoustics of
a little bit into the atmos. But Brash, Ryan, Baronia, we can wax lyrical about them weeks to come. But what about Heathmont? What's gone wrong today? Is it a lack of personnel, or is there other more deeper rooted issues?
I don't think it's a deeper rooted issue. No. I think it is the lack of personnel. And when a side, gets on top of you like that, and you don't have the experienced players out there, it's really hard to combat.
So Finn Brown got a kick inside forward 50. Can they get 2 in a row? The Jets. Osborne, he's out the back. But Baronia Rappel. Duncanson been swung back. Looks like Matty Clark's giving blokes a chance in different roles. White. Handball wider. And then following it over the line was Collins. Carry on, Ryan.
If you want to look at Baronia's ins and outs, they lose Leggett, but then they gain someone like Mellis, who has just, dominated really, especially in that first half.
That is a good thought for Baronia fans, is that this isn't their best 22 either.
No.
If the thing is, also, if you're forced to be making a minimum 4 to 6 changes every week on your senior side,
no consistency.
There is just
it's like Warrandyte, isn't it? You can't get synergy or chemistry.
No continuity. And look, disposal has probably let them down a little bit on occasion, but that's mainly because of the pressure by Baronia.
Yeah. No, Baronia have been impressive. So Herron is around the footy. Finn Brown for Heathmont. So at the moment, my understanding, if scores stay as they are, Ringwood and East Burwood undefeated. East Burwood most likely on top on percentage. South Belgrave are trailing Mulgrave at the moment, so they'll be might be in fourth, actually. No, so they'll be in third with Baronia in fourth. And then it looks like Knox or Mulgrave probably might sneak into the 5 with 2 wins along with Knox. And then Templestowe and Heathmont with the 1 win, the Basin with 1.5, and then Oakley District yet to win in Division 2. I'm sure as Paul gives us more scores from in the grounds as well, we'll be able to get a bit of a read on that. Norwood, from all accounts, will be going to 1-3 record brash, which, that's a bit like Heathmont. We compared these two sides in the pre-season. As the ball goes up centre wing, Fing Brown wins it down, looking for Joel Burley. Jed Hansen lays a tackle on Mitch Mellis. Jake Mellis got the handball away, and here come the Hawks again to centre half forward. Luke Cannon takes the mark. No. McDonald did well to knock it to ground. He might be ping holding the ball, though. Umpire circling. Well done by Hannon. We'll have a ball up. We'll go to Paul in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Doncaster East lead 16-9, 105 over South Croydon 9-7-61.
That's a big win as well. So as the ball goes down again, Joel Burley soccers it off the ground forward for the Jets. Jordan Haynes leads the race. He's got Zach Brasher for company, and Brasher does well, wraps it up. So Norwood will be 1-3.
Yep.
So we compare them and Heathmont, but is it personnel for Norwood, or I know they've had a tough-ish run, but that's probably a bit more of a drastic.
Once again, they were leading early. I think there was 2-4.
They kicked the first 2.
There was 2-4 to 3 points, and it took a while for Noble Park to get their mojo, but when they did, they just steamrolled them.
Bursting away from the pack, Mitch Mellis once again, handball over the top. Here come the Hawks streaming through the middle of the ground. The long ball inside 450. Robertson and Savoury. Robertson got rid of him. Savoury did well to get a hand to it. Grierson under pressure, smothered handball from Robertson. Went the fend off, gave the handball off to Sam Collins. Handball back. Bronia toying with them. Jackson to Robertson. Kicks 6. He's about 80 from home. Snaps it around the corner. Who'll get there first? And in front, Bramstead. And the Hawks will have another shot at goal.
That's what I love about Robinson. He follows it up, and for a big body, some of those key forwards, they go for the mark. They don't get it. That's it. They'll wait. He followed it up and set up a mark.
It's always been Ryan.
Bramstead to Robertson in the pocket. Robbo will go back for number 7.
It's always a criticism of most full forwards that when they don't get the mark, they don't follow up.
Yep.
Robinson is the exception to the rule because he's quite prepared.
He works hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's always prepared to go and chase the contest.
And they don't have to do it as well at the moment. They're up by almost 100 points. If there was ever a time to just sort of laze about, this would be it. So Robertson kicked one from here earlier in the quarter for number 7. All in the last 3 quarters. Trots in. Good looking kick off the boot. Got 7. Just the single cobber in the air. He's out to 25 for the year. His second haul of 7, I believe, as well, Ryan, this season for Ben Robertson. A pretty impressive performance. He might be sneaking up in the Nina and Pasadena Player of the Day rankings. Baronia 18-15, 123. Heathmont 4-4, 28.
What we got there, Paul?
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 8-7-55 over Montrose 6-9-45, and Wanturna South lead 10-14-74 over Mitcham 9-10-64.
That's a big win for Beaconsfield if they can pull that off.
10-point games, those ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're close.
Up goes Hannon. He knocks it down.
Has a bounce.
Yeah, the bounce completely flummoxed them all. It was picked up by Stewart, handed off to a teammate there in Davidson. Contest on the wing, however. It was a bit of a 2-on-2, and now a stalemate as Lucannon was wrapped up there. As the sun, it broke out before a little bit, just briefly on the outer side. It's gonna be coming in and out. I reckon, for this last stanza of the game as Ryan Burley, in fact, kicks it towards inside 50. The contest there, it was won by the Jets. The snap on goal by Rippingale doesn't quite make it. It just went a little bit right as the Baronia player intervened. Harry Bird just to kick it in here for the Hawks.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary line with Brett Beston.
Yeah, I think one thing Matt Clark will be very happy about is how Baronia were finished off the game, because the game was effectively over.
It's just been stolen there by the Jets, and the goal has... the ball has just skimmed through for a point. That was unfortunate.
I just stopped there for a moment, boys, just to let you call. But I think they'd be very happy with the way that they've finished the game off, because Matt said at 3/4 time he really wanted them to go out and just keep the game going, not sort of just drift away, but they've really put the nail into the coffin in this last quarter. He's got to be happy with that.
So to drive that nail a little bit further, Harry Burgess from the pocket there. is a big kick, but it's just bounced off the chest of Van Leeuwen. He follows it up, gets it to Burley. He was squeezed between three. His kick, well, it was met by two Boronia players. Ripping Gale was there, couldn't quite do much with it, and it's just an absolute pile on there in the pocket for the Jets as we'll get another ball up. Just
forgetting about the scoreboard for a minute, just the way Boronia are playing that sort of game style, the attack on the footy, their pressure when they don't have the ball, that's the sort of brand of football that it would stack up in September.
So from the pocket, it's a snap on goal by the Jets. Has it gone through? No, it's just drifted left as well. Dove it was. And
they're peppering the goals.
They are, yeah. Well, for the first time in quite a while.
They can't buy a goal for love nor money, Heathmont, this afternoon.
I think they'd like to buy a couple extra players after today. Just some fit players. That's not a, I'm not trying to offend anyone on the playing list. So they're just clearly undermanned.
Yeah, some players who aren't injured.
Well, you're not allowed to buy fit players anymore. Remember, buying is.
Sorry, the term is obviously a bit of a different one. As the Hawks find their way to half back. Jake Mallis been impressive as well. Got the handball off to Hannon. Luke, little kick around the corner, will fall in the hands of Jaden Collins. He's got a handball over top to Sam Collins. Got a handball inboard to Jackson. Mitch Mallis is around it. Jackson sort of fumbled it. And then McDonald does well for Heathmont to lock it up and stop that run on. How many, Robbo, what's it? So we've got 21 and a half minutes gone here in the last quarter. Robbo's got 7.
Yep.
Could he get 8? It's the only real thing that everyone's probably carrying about at the moment. Collins out of fresh air. Hacked it forward 40 metres. Bramstead and Grierson wanted the boundary line. Umpire says... Not out. Deliberate.
Oh, he's paid it.
Yep. So Bailey Campbell, the laid in, will have a shot from right in front of us. It was deliberate. It was absolutely deliberate.
Yep.
I believe that's just parochialism from the crowd.
There was only one thing Grierson was thinking about there.
I guess he was under pressure, but...
Well, what took the umpire so long to pay it?
Just a bit of theatre, Brash. So Campbell, from the pocket, angle of the dangle. It's a horrible kick off the boot. Where's Robbo? Big fly from Noops. Brought it to ground. Joel Burley, he was thinking about rushing the behind and eventually does. 18-16-124. Heathmont 4-7-31. He was panicked there, Joel Burley, despite the game pretty much having nothing riding on it at the moment. So 22 and a half minutes gone. Burley runs 10 or so metres and probably the first drop punt he's kicked in a quarter or so. First time he's had a chance, really. He's been under pressure so much today. Osborne been good. Got the handball to Jack Davidson. Been impressive as well at moments for the Jets. Over the top towards Eckert. Eckert runs onto it. Good pressure from Duncanson. Good turn. Handball to Davidson. Kept running. He's got Ripping Gale over the top. And he can bookend the game here, James Ripping Gale, because he kicked the first and he might just kick the last. Heathmont 5-7-37. Boronia 18-16-124. 23 minutes gone last quarter.
Well, it's their best piece of play for the day, Heathmont. And they've produced it at the 23-minute mark of the last quarter.
When they were nearly 100 points down.
Right, end-to-end stuff, wasn't it? End-to-end stuff to bring the margin back. Jared, to just 87 points. We'll go to Paul in the score center. I've got one for you, Paul. Rowville, 8-7-55. Ball 6-12-48, 21 minutes gone.
In second division, the Basin lead 12-15-87 over Knox 7-5-47, and in third division, Waverley Blues lead 8-10-58 over Glen Waverley 5-4-34. Coldstream lead 12-8-80 over Fair Park 6-10-46. Scoresby lead 8-4-52 over Ferntree Gully 6-8-44, and Warrandyte lead 12-11-83 over Whitehorse 8-9-57.
Boronia get the clearance away, and it's Sam Collins towards Robinson. He couldn't quite take the mark. Tackled there. I think it was Joel Burley at the bottom of that.
You're right about Mckinnon, and Matt Clark said to watch out for his run. I know he's noticeable with the mullet and the long sleeves, but he has added a bit more penetration that Boronia have lacked in recent years, Ryan.
Yeah, he has, and I've just realised, is that him
there? I think
that's not him there.
Collins.
That was
They've got the sit in the head, don't they?
Yeah. I think I've confused Collins and
it's the hair. It's the hair.
But
carry on, Ryan.
With the long sleeves.
Yeah, no, look, Matt Clark was pretty excited about him. He's one of the under-19s. Obviously, they don't have an under-19s this year, so 11 of them stayed with the club and were playing reserves. And he impressed really early to be able to get a senior game. And I think he's done enough to hold his spot.
Let's go to Paul with some more scores.
Got a full-time score from Premier Division. Doncaster 6-7-6-48 have knocked over Berwick 3-13-31.
Jesus, Berwick. 14 scoring shots to 12 and go down by 3 goals. That hurt you.
They had a couple of those last year.
Now winless Berwick. Could remain winless. Them and North Ringwood, assuming Vermont continue their ascendancy. Hannon, Finn Brown, Haynes, missed it. Gathering it there is Jeremy Mason. We'll have another ball up. Any other scores, Paul?
In Division 1, Beaconsfield lead 8-9-57 over Montrose 7-9-51, and Mitcham lead 11-11-77 over Wanturna South 10-14-74.
Massive one. So just repeat those scores. Mitcham in front by 3 points, and was it Beaconsfield in front by?
6 points.
6 points. Couple of interesting games out in Division 1. 26 minutes gone here.
Considering Wanturna South were 15 points up a little while ago.
That'll be the second game they've lost in third game they've lost in similar circumstances this year. And then for Beaconsfield, Mick Fogarty, he'll be putting pressure on the timekeepers, you would have thought, after leading all day as well. So Mitch Mallis, handball. Mason, Roeville 61, Bowen 48. The Hawks look set to go 4-0, and they will have beaten Noble Park and Bowen and Norwood en route to that 4-0 record, Brash. So really impressive stuff.
Tell you what, won't Ray Bear be crowing about that?
Wow, and he's on Monday recovery this week too, Ray, so we might give him a bit of fresh air as Hannon got it down to the other Hannon. Hacked it forward, free kick going the way of Heathmont. Grierson will get the free kick. Any more scores, Paul?
In Premier Division, Vermont leads 7-18-60 over North Ringwood 4-9-33, and Doncaster East lead 18-9-117 over South Croydon 10-8-68.
Thank you, Paul. So the ball's going to come back here to Grierson as we're going to play out the rest of this match. We are 27 minutes into this final quarter, according to the scoreboard here at the ground, as Grierson looks for some options just to perhaps wind the clock down a little bit. Stem the bleeding was.
Croydon North are up by 27 points with moments to go.
Gee, it was a poor kick by Grierson right out in front of Wallace there, who had to run a mile to get it. Shed it round here with Savoury, whose kick, was just into space, into no one. So it was scooped up by Noops. He shares it around, and there's the siren. And a dirty day for the Jets ends at H.E Parker. 5-7-37 to Baronia, 18-17, 125. An absolute shellacking.
Shellacking. Oh, that was the term in my head, Jared. Just before we go through the goal kickers here, Beaconsfield have won by a goal. 8-9-57 to Montrose, 7-9-51. The goal kickers, we've got 2 to Ryan Henderson, a single to Luke Hannon, 2 to Josh Hannon, 2 to Cooper Duncanson, a single to Nicholas Coops, a single to Noah Jackson, 1 to Fletcher Duke, 1 to Sean Bramstead, 1 and then 7 to Ben Robertson as we go down to the boundary with Brett Beston.
Thanks, boys. Understandably, a very happy coach, Matt Clark down here. Matt, nicely finished off. You did speak at three-quarter time that you wanted the boys to keep going. The game was probably over, but you wanted them to finish it off.
Yeah, just a mindset to stay on. I think in quarters and in games in the first 4 rounds we've been lapsing, so I was really pleased with the effort over 4 quarters today. I thought after the first 2 goals were kicked against us, I didn't know where we're at, but to the guys' credit, they were resilient, they responded, and finished the game off all the way through, so well done.
Tough conditions too. It started off not too bad, but of course we got that rain in the last quarter, which made it a different sort of game, didn't it?
It did, but I still wanted them to be brave with the football and look to change lanes and get the ball forward at pace. So I think, we've got a lot more cohesion in our forward half now, and we've got goal kickers, so it's given the guys behind the footy and the midfield a lot more confidence to get the ball in, and we can lock it in. So
Mitch Mallis probably close to the best on ground today. Of course, the big boy Robinson was 6, and I really liked Ryan White's game as well. I thought he was a bit of an unsung hero today.
Yeah, our mids have come up under a lot of pressure internally from the coaches, so I was really rapt to have Mitch playing because he's a quality player, but certainly I thought, Josh Hannon in the ruck gave us first use. Nooper's work around the ground as a ruckman was like a ruck rover, and Luke Hannon and Ryan White absolutely, really back to form that we know they can be.
We've got to go to a break, Besto. Sorry, mate. Let Clarkie go. We'll go to a break. On the other side, we'll talk about all the fallout from this one, scores around the grounds, and hopefully get one more interview.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues.
Boundary if you can, boys.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Just caught the back end there of the Baronia song, thanks to Brett Preston and James Barr. After the Hawks got a massive win, 18-17, 125 to Heathmont 5-7-37. A few awards before we go around the grounds and hopefully get one interview win before the close of the show. Workman of the day, thanks to 4 workers Eastland. Corey Burgess was really good down in defence, repelled the few attacks that Heathmont had early, did a really good job down there. Underrated sometimes in a thumping like this are the defenders, but he did a really good job of making sure that, they did obviously they were a better team, but he really exaggerated that win, so I thought he can have that one, a $50 gift voucher to 4 workers in Eastland. Hopefully he's a tradie, is he, Corey Burgess, Ryan?
Off the top of my head, maybe, yes.
Maybe.
I think so.
You might pinch it off him. Then goal of the day has to be Nicholas Noops. The right foot snap. The game was still sort of half alive halfway through the second quarter. The big second ruckman gathered it on the half-forward flank on the left, stepped around a couple and then hooked one over his right, off his right from 40 metres out. Great goal to him, so he can have the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. $50 Coalmire gift voucher, thanks to Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives. And then our Nina and Pasadena, Eastland player of the day. Let's do the votes. We'll start with Ryan Long.
I'm giving one to Nick Noobs. I thought he was just brilliant around the ball and gave him a lot of use and was able to hit the scoreboard as well. 2 to Robertson. I guess when you kick 7, you got to feature in the votes. And I just thought his strength in the contest, in those one-on-one contests, was great, and the effort that he put in, especially in that last quarter as well, just kept working. The work rate was great. And then 3 votes for Mitch Mellis. I just thought he was a ball in that first half, and especially when the game was up for grabs, I thought he was the one that really set the tone and was really able to get them the first use of ball.
Brash? Is that Brasher? Does he sneak in?
No, he doesn't. He played well, though. He did some nice things. 1 vote I'm giving to Corey Burgess. I thought unpassable really at back line. Did everything right. 2 votes to Robertson, 7 goals. Also presented himself and made more of a contest to give others a chance, and 3 votes Mitch Mallis. All over the ground. You couldn't stop him. It was a one match up in the afternoon that Heathmont couldn't cope with.
Yeah, I have to go Mitch Mallis, 3 votes as well. I'm going to go, Ben Robertson, 2 votes. Yeah, as you said, 7 goals, can't go unnoticed. And, I think it's fairly straightforward. Corey Burgess, 1 vote. I don't think I'm able to differentiate too much from you lot.
I'll probably throw another one in there. I'm going to give Noah Jackson 1 vote.
Yeah, he did well.
He, Ryan White and Fletcher Duke all sort of look a bit similar to me. I don't know whether they've all got strapping on one shoulder or they've all got to wear the 30s or something. But Noah Jackson, I think last year he played more of a high half forward off the top of my head, but he looked to be playing off the halfback flank today. And like Matty Clark said off the top, they want more outside runs, so he's found ways to get it. Again, it's easy to give out 1 vote today, probably. 2 votes. I didn't have Robbo in my top 3 at 3/4 time, but then to kick another 3 goals, and like Ryan said on the call, he kept working hard in terms of his defensive pressure the whole time. 25 goals for the year. He's on track for a big one, considering they haven't had a goal kicker like that for years. So give him 2 votes. 7 goals is a good haul on any day. 3 votes, Mitch Mallis. There were periods where Burley gets a lot of it. I think they would have had similar disposal counts, but Burley got it and had to get rid of it immediately. Mallis gets it, and he looks at who's around him, and he finds a gap. He runs through that gap like a rugby league 5/8, gets into space, and then creates from there. And it's just so dynamic. Like, it's something that you see in Premier Division footy, you see in AFL footy. And I think that's the step for some of the Heathmont midfielders to go, rather than just getting it and kicking it, you can have that poise to burst through a gap and create more than just getting it forward. So one under Mitch Mallis, he'll get the Nina and Pasadena gift voucher. What do you reckon, Ryan? You're a Boronia man. Will he wear the Nina and Pasadena gear, Mitch?
Oh, I think he would, yeah.
He'd be a frequenter of Eastland, wouldn't he?
Oh, I think so. I don't know, to be honest.
I've thrown Ryan under the bus there. Paul, Score Centre, what have you got for us? A few interesting scores, mate.
In Premier Division, Vermont wins 7-18-60 over North Ringwood 4-9-33. Rowville 9-7-61 got over Baldwin 6-12-48. Doncaster East 19-10 124 got over South Croydon 10-9-69.
Yeah.
Doncaster got over Berwick 7-6-48 Doncaster over Berwick 3-13-31. In Division 1, Beaconsfield got over Montrose. Beaconsfield 8-9-57 got over Montrose 7-9-51. Croydon lead 16-9-105 over Upper Ferntree Gully 3-4-22. And Mitcham got over Wanturna South 12-11-83. Mitcham over Wanturna South 11-16-82.
That's that lapse by the Devils again.
So we think about it, going into this round, I didn't have Mitcham making the finals.
No.
And but now they've won 3 in a row, and Wanty South and Montrose have lost, both have lost games they probably should have won on paper. All of a sudden, Mitcham become the 5th seed. Incredible stuff.
Well, Mitch's 2 losses were to Moorbark and East Ringwood as well. So
and they were
I guess that's
maybe I do have to give a bit of an apology on there tomorrow, Ryan. Maybe I have to give an apology on. That's not like me as a brush to stand down. I'll stand by my guns. They're not making finals. James Barr's out there. It looks like he's got Mitch Mallis with him. We're going to go down to James Barr with the star of the day, the Nina and Pasadena player of the day, Mitch Mallis.
You've just been named player of the day, mate. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels good, mate, but it's more about the team win. I thought we played really well today. Our pressure was always there. I think throughout the week we talked about just playing our pressure, and I knew if we did that, I'd come into the game. I try to get contested ball and uncontested, so as long as the pressure's there, I like to find that uncontested ball outside. So, I mean, it was a good game, but more of the team win.
You came into this one after a draw and a loss. How good is it to get everyone on the board?
Oh, mate, it's fantastic. I was obviously watching. I was out with a shoulder, so I got to watch everything, and it got me angry. So I'm glad to come back to a win, and just great effort.
Yeah. Your teammate Ben Robertson, 7 goals again today. He's got 25 for the season, or something around that. How have you seen his form so far this season?
Mate, he's great for our team. I think we just get it into him, and he manages to find the ball. He finds the mark. He's got great hands above his head. And, he just works really hard for us, and he's a great teammate, so we're really lucky to have him.
Awesome. Thanks, Mitch.
James Barr down there on debut. Well done to Mitch Mallis getting the Nina and Pasadena player of the day. Paul, any more scores around the grounds?
Division 2, the Basin 13-15-93 lead Knox 7-6-48, and Ringwood lead 12-11-83 over Templestowe 11-4-70.
80.
What about Mulgrave, Paul?
Mulgrave. They lead 8-8-56 over South Belgrave. 6-6-42.
I'm going to try and follow up, but a couple of massive boilovers. Keep going, Paul. Division 3.
Division 3. Waverley Blues 8-12-60 over Glen Waverley 5-4-34. Coldstream 14-9-93 lead Fair Park 6-10-46. Scoresby 9-4-58 lead Ferntree Gully 6-8-44, and Warrandyte lead Whitehorse. Warrandyte 14-13-97 over Whitehorse 8-9-57, and in 4th Division, Croydon North 14-11-95 over Forest Hill 10-9-69, and Sylvan 20-17-137 over Nunawading 4-5-29.
Have you got anything from Kilsyth? Sorry there, Paul.
From Kilsyth, no.
No, nothing all day. So going back, Ferntree Gully, 0-6, 0-5. 0-5, and they still have to play
They've got Don Vale.
They've got Don Vale still. They've got to play Waverley Blues again in the next 2 weeks because they brought that game forward.
That's relegation territory.
Double relegation as well in Division 3. Very, very dangerous times to be a Ferntree Gully Eagle at the moment. So hopefully for their sake they can get on top of that. So, yeah, and they also have the Mulgrave boil over. That's a massive one as well, Ryan, because we kept saying who's going to beat South Belgrave. I didn't think it'd be Mulgrave.
Yeah, that's a bizarre one from the start of the year.
We're looking for that second threat to. I still don't know if it's Mulgrave essentially, but I think Boronia has to be considered now. And you don't look at I wouldn't even consider the scoreboard. Don't worry that they won by 90 points or whatever. You just look at the way they played today, and that's the sort of brand of football that stacks up at the right time. And if they can get a few players back as well, they're going to be right there.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous. I really want to see Boronia versus South Belgrave. I can't wait to see that, especially if Boronia bring the pressure that they did this game against the Saints. Being able to get it down to those 3 spearheads, you have to get it down there in the first place. It has to be good delivery. And if Boronia have anything to say about it, well, the Saints might be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and the ladders are starting to take shape as well, aren't they, Brash? We'll think about it. Rover will be on top, the only undefeated side in Premier Division. Baldwin will now have 2 losses to their name. South Croydon have one now. Doncaster East will be 3-1 record, along with Vermont and Noble Park. Nord will be down 1-3, and only Berwick and North Ring without a win. The ladders in Premier Division especially, but other divisions, as we've mentioned, starting to take some shape. Have we got, actually, check the Twitter feed, Paul. What about Mooroolbark and East Ringwood? Have you got anything from them?
Not yet.
Okay, carry on, Brash.
I just think that the thing is, and when we're looking at the form, it's going to feel funny when you're looking at sides that have got 3-1 and thinking, no, they're not going that well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're in the mix, and this is one of the great vagaries of EFNL football this year, is the fact that this is the season that we really want to have. We want to see close results. We want to see upsets.
Yep.
We don't want to. We want to see the.
We've got a score from Kilsyth.
Yep.
So Kilsyth at every change they were in front by 2 goals at half time. Full time Kilsyth 10-9-69. Chenside Park 9-16-70.
Oh, wow.
So, Brash, you got 2 out of 3 right in Division 4 in the end. After saying they were all locks, we didn't even have to preview them. 2 of the best games of the round. Jared, what division's catching your eye then? Because, before this week I said, Division 2 and Division 4 look locked away. Division 2 might be blown a little bit wide open. Mulgrave might have emerged as maybe a chaser for 5th, with Heathmont and the Basin being slow to start.
That's an interesting one for sure.
But Division 1 now, Mitcham looked to be the 5th seed.
Absolutely. Wanturna South dropping off a little bit. For me, honestly, the division that I've been interested in all year has been Division 3. Ferntree Gully, now, they didn't play as badly as 0-5 last week. We kept saying it, up against Warrandyte, who we thought would have been the first seed coming into the season. They really took it up to them and perhaps should have won, and then going down to Scoresby. So that makes me question, where's Scoresby at as well? Because, they could be
so many questions to be asked in a big week ahead. Listen to the Monday recovery on Monday. Matt Fody and myself, Ryan Long and Ray Baird will be on that one, and then there'll be podcasts throughout the week. Jared, well done again, mate. 2nd week in a row in the call chair. Brash, Ryan, well done, adding some special flavour to a game that pretty much fizzled out. Paul, beautifully done once again, mate.
Thank you.
Besto, James Barr on debut as well. Great stuff as well down the boundary and hosting pre-game and half-time. Brucey, as per usual, beautiful on the audio. Lee Green and Lachlan of course, who was behind the camera as well. Great work as well. This has been all from H.E Parker Reserve. It's Eastland. E-Final match of the day was Boronia in big style, winning 18-17 and 125 over Heathmont 5-7-37 to jump back into the top 3 of Division 2.
Bigger and better, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
Don't see